Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Standing pat.
Before we start,
You
this
guys.
meeting will be interpreted in Spanish, and we will start with a language justice statement and instructions from CDPHC's interpreter, Tonya.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tanya, and I am the staff Spanish interpreter for the Office of Environmental Justice at CDPH. Today, I'm working with my colleagues, Natalia and Genaro from CLC. I'm going to read the Zoom instructions and the language justice statement, first in Spanish, and then I'll repeat it in English. Hola, buenos días. Me llamo Tania y soy la intérprete de la Oficina de Justicia Ambiental del Departamento de Salud Pública y Medio Ambiente de Colorado. Hoy estoy trabajando con mis colegas Natalia y Genaro. Antes de comenzar, quiero asegurarme de que todas y todos hayan seleccionado el idioma adecuado en Zoom. Si prefieren escuchar la presentación en español, hagan clic en el globito que aparece en la parte inferior de la pantalla de la computadora y seleccionen español bajo interpretación. Si están usando un teléfono celular o una tableta, hagan clic en los tres puntos que están a la derecha donde dice More o Más y elijan el español como su idioma de preferencia. Las y los integrantes de la comunidad están invitados a hacer sus comentarios en español si así lo prefieren. Nuestra organización ha asumido el compromiso de fomentar la justicia lingüística. Invitamos a la comunidad a usar su idioma de preferencia para participar en la reunión. Les agradecemos que hablen lenta y pausadamente y que usen palabras comunes para que sea más fácil de interpretar. And English. Before we get started, I would like to direct everyone to the appropriate language channel on Zoom. Please click on the small globe at the bottom of your screen and select your preferred language. If you are on a tablet or phone, click the three dots to the right of your screen that says More and select your language there. During the meeting, there may be community members who choose to give their comments in Spanish. If you are not bilingual, you will need to click the English option to be able to hear any interpretation. It won't affect how you hear the meeting otherwise. As an organization, we are committed to language justice. We would like to invite community members to participate in the meeting using their language of preference. In order to facilitate interpretation, please speak at a conversational pace, pause often, and use commonly understood vocabulary. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So again, good morning, everyone. I'm Commissioner John Slutsky, and this is meeting of the Air Quality Control Commission. It is Friday, September 19th, 2025. It is 9:03 a.m. and we are convening this meeting. We're not. We're going to start over with. Good morning, everyone. I'm Commissioner John Slutsky. This is meeting of the Air Quality Control Commission. It is Friday, September 19th, 2025 at 9 a.m. We are convening this meeting in person at CDPHE in the Sabin Clare room and via Zoom. Please be advised that this meeting will be recorded and streamed live via YouTube. The recording will also be available for public viewing after the event. We have 8 commissioners here. That would be a quorum. And those include Curtis Reeder, Dan Blankenship, Martha Rudolph, Greg Thomas, Gary Arnold, Bill Dulles, Jana Milford, and myself. We will be continuing rulemaking hearing for regulation number 30, and the commission are going to consider revisions to that. So I'm not going to go through the list of parties again. They're the same as yesterday, just so happens. And we're going to start rebuttal testimony. We finished direct testimony yesterday, so hooray. Good job for everybody. We have about an hour and a half total rebuttal time available. So I think if commissioners, if we need a break before then we will, but maybe we can power through. I'm seeing everybody drinking coffee. Maybe we won't be powering through. But I'll check in after an hour or so. How's that? We will have the division, as is our custom, or short-lived custom, be going last. So we're going to start off with J-Wig, please, if you guys could make your way up here. We happen to have 32 1/2 minutes.
32. The eyes kind of lost it.
Sorry.
Oh, great, thank you.
So I can just lay down for.
Just to be clear again, Jennifer Beaver's online again, but you can just unmute her for the questions part. No need for this.
I think someone has their hand raised.
That's okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, awesome. Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Corey Lim from representing API Colorado. We are providing joint testimony on behalf of the Joint Industry Work Group, Colorado Petroleum Association. This testimony also includes Suncor Energy and West Slope Koga. Again, we have our witnesses here, Dr. Deborah Caden, Dr. Tammy McMullen, Uni Blake, myself, Dale Ratliff, Jennifer Beavers online. We have Chris Clokusher joining us at the table today. Okay, and now I'll turn it to Dale to discuss our procedural safeguard provisions.
To Chris first, actually.
Oh, to Chris.
Commissioners, I'm Chris Clokusher, and I want to explain our goals for procedural safeguards. We have two examples of how the benchmarks could be used in unintended ways. To be clear, the division has the power to choose whom to inspect and where to deploy monitors for any pollutant. We do not seek to limit the division's enforcement authority, but the division should not use benchmarks to impose additional regulatory or economic burdens or to decide how to implement other rules. Several regs require operators to submit monitoring plans for approval, and without these safeguards, the division could potentially use the benchmarks as plan approval criteria. First, Reg 7 requires well production facilities to submit monitoring plans for pre and early production monitoring for division approval. That rule does not set forth explicit approval criteria. The division might refuse to approve plans unless they have additional or more expensive sensors to measure PTACs at the benchmark levels. The division might also use the benchmarks to change its guidance about how the response levels are set that monitoring plans should include. The response levels are ambient concentration thresholds that require the source to take certain actions. There is a real chance that the benzene benchmark could be used to change the response levels because the division previously used a benzene health guideline value to inform its calculation of the current response levels for VOC. Second, Reg 3 requires certain sources and DI communities to submit source-specific monitoring plans for affected pollutants, namely benzene, the other BTEX compounds, PM2.5, and NOx. Here again, there's a risk that the division might refuse to approve these plans without expensive sensors that can detect benzene at the Reg 30 benchmark level. So we trust that Amanda and her team at the division, that the division does not intend to use the benchmarks this way, but people change jobs, memories fade, and communication is not perfect. And so these are two examples. We can't predict all the ways that the benchmarks might be used, but it is common to borrow numbers from one regulation and use them in another. And so we request the joint SBAP language that Dale will describe.
Thank you, Chris. Commissioners, on this slide is proposed SBAP language. Following yesterday's hearing, we continued discussions with the division. This is language we have mutually agreed to with the division based on those conversations. To be clear, the division indicated in those conversations that it has no intention to use the benchmark values for the examples that Mr. Clokusher just described. That's helpful, and we appreciate the division confirming that, and then also agreeing for the reasons, again, that Chris just described, to include this proposed SBAP language that would prevent that type of use. The JWIG and CPA support the adoption of this language, and if adopted by the commission, we would no longer pursue our proposed rules in section 2C and 2D and the SBAP language we propose to support those rules. We understand the division will present on and discuss this language further in their testimony, and we respectfully urge the commission to adopt it. Still me? Okay. Moving on, the J-Wig and CPA request that the commission adopt non-cancer benchmark values utilizing the proposed toxicity values in an HQ of 1. We discussed this yesterday. The proposed reduction of the already health protective iris toxicity values by 70% is simply not supported by the record or accepted toxicological practice and science. This figure here, for example, mixes two worlds: toxicology, what sets the benchmark, and extrinsic community factors, what guide decisions. Only the toxicology should determine the benchmark at this stage. Extrinsic vulnerabilities and cumulative considerations, which we will discuss further, belong in the application and decision process. The J-Wig and CPA ask the commission, keep the benchmark science-based, handle extrinsic factors in program-specific context. And on multi-chemical cumulative risk specifically, we again reiterate that not only is the 70% reduction not supported by a specific assessment of that risk, the statute does not direct the commission to consider multi-chemical risk in setting these benchmarks, and the statutory preamble cannot be read to override the plain language. Dr. McMullen will now discuss cumulative risk in greater detail.
Thank you. Lowering the HQ below 1 is not an appropriate way to account for cumulative risk from chemical exposures, and I'm going to explain why. So by definition, a hazard quotient or HQ, and this is EPA's definition, is essentially an exposure to a single chemical divided by the chemical specific toxicity value, and that gives you a 1. And that is a screening health benchmark that agencies use worldwide. EPA does not adjust an HQ to, quote, cover other chemicals. When multiple chemicals affect the same health endpoint, we use something called a hazard index. That's the sum of all of those HQs by each target organ, as we expressed yesterday. And that's part of what we call a cumulative risk assessment. So you don't change the HQ definition here. You use an HI and cumulative methods where appropriate. Next. So this is the first time I'm showing this slide, and I thought it would be helpful to provide context of where we are in this rulemaking, which is where the red dot is saying you are here. You're here in the steps of hazard identification and dose response assessment in the continuum of risk assessment, characterizing risk, and then as risk managers within implementation of a program such as permitting, you're managing and deciding what the objectives are and how to manage that risk and what other considerations. So that's where we are here in this rulemaking. These are the steps in risk assessment and risk management process, which is codified by the National Academy of Sciences and is the crux of how we evaluate risk from a public health perspective and consider what we do to mitigate risk. As you can see here, multi-chemical exposures, in that case, happen when you have an assessment of the exposure assessment. You know what the exposures are in the populations. So you don't go and it's not in the derivation of this benchmark, which is the objective of the rulemaking. So in the exposure and risk characterization steps, this is where you address multi-chemical and multi-source exposures specific to a population of concern. Then in risk characterization, we synthesize that information into appropriate context to inform us on how we will manage those identified risks, monitoring, limitations, mitigations without altering the benchmark. J-Wig and CPA believe it's critical that the commission keep the benchmark setting separate from considering multi-chemical exposures without any specific information on those exposures. The commission should not claim that cumulative risks must be arbitrarily addressed in this rulemaking, and then again also require this to be separately assessed later in program-specific implementation. So this was an example that Green Latinos shared yesterday. I just want to explain a little bit of this in context. So the division and other parties have proposed something like this example, that you could drop the HQ below 1, but that's not based on any toxicology data or known exposure information about the chemical or the specific communities and what those chemical mixtures may be. And therefore, you're disconnecting the toxicity value from the evidence that it relies on in order for it to be applicable. So according to Cultivando's example, an arbitrary reduction of HQ of 0.3 would be appropriate because if you added these three together, they said that it kept it almost below pretty much 1. The goal in a multi-chemical risk assessment isn't to keep exposures below 1 at all times. That may be considered in identifying if there's a potential risk and making decisions about what actions to take, such as permitting. Commissioners, if you take this approach by shifting the chemical specific risk levels arbitrarily lower than an HQ of 1, then what you're essentially doing when you add more PTACs in the future rulemakings, potentially up to hundreds of TACs that they've identified on the list, you'll keep having to come back to these values and keep arbitrarily ratcheting each benchmark down another arbitrary factor. For example, going from 0.3 to 0.00000001 to account for additional PTACs. It just doesn't make any scientific sense. Community context and community concerns matter, and that's when we address it in the benchmark. Think of each HQ here, for example, as one gauge on a speedometer, one chemical versus its guideline value, as I show, say, the threshold in the red. We don't just tweak each gauge to guess at the mixtures. We look at the total picture by adding each single chemical gauge together, or the HQ, grouped by the same health effect. And only after that do we then pair it with how a specific population is exposed, time, place, sensitive groups, and estimate risk to a specific population. Again, this doesn't happen at the benchmark setting stage, and it's program-specific implementation. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. My comments today will build on what you've heard today from my colleagues over here. But I want to emphasize one key point, that we appreciate the consideration of thinking about cumulative concerns. The question is how we do it effectively and credibly. And that comes down to the right tool. Many different approaches have been mentioned, for example, cumulative risk assessment, cumulative impact assessments, or the division's approach of simply lowering the HQ. I want to make sure that we are on the same page on what these approaches are. Cumulative risk assessments, or CRAs, use established quantitative methods like health indices and health quotient. The science is clear, well understood, and already conservative, with uncertainty factors built in to cover variability across populations. This includes age, pre-existing disease, or sensitive subgroups. That's why our comments have emphasized the CRA already has protections built into it. Now, the term CRA and cumulative impact assessments, or CRAs, are sometimes used interchangeably, but they're not the same. CRA is quantitative and chemical focused, as discussed by Dr. McMullen. However, when the division talks about considering extrinsic factors, they're really talking about doing a cumulative impact assessment, or a CIA, which includes concerns related to housing, stress, language access, or baseline disease. This slide shows where those extrinsic factors sit, not in the hazard or dose response science, but in the risk management space. That is within the state's public health functions, where community context can truly change outcomes. That is why the Environmental Justice Action Task Force, which I served on, recommended the state conduct an environmental equity and cumulative impact analysis, or EISHA. The legislature then mandated those EISHAs for exactly this reason. And the key point is, if extrinsic factors belong in the CIA space, then simply ratcheting down the HQ is not the right fix. Next. True cumulative impact assessments are very complex. That is why the EISHA is proposed to take 12 to 18 months. And it's supposed to involve working groups, review multiple types of data, gather community input, and coordinate with all the local agencies. By contrast, simply lowering the HQ is just a shorter way of doing as a shortcut. It's not tied to any measurable changes in health. It's simply a number, often pulled from what other states are doing or have chosen to do, and it's not science. That's why we say it's not defensible. Picking 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, 0.8 doesn't really tell you anything about the risk or why the risk is occurring. It's neither a CRA or a CIA. It sits outside that chain altogether. And while it may feel like it's taking action, it doesn't solve the problem that the communities are facing. So as I close my part of my comments here, I want to come back to the core question. What is the right tool? While it may feel safer just to lower the HQ, that is to dial it down and level down and assume that it automatically makes this community healthier, but that approach blurs the line between science and policy. HQ is a scientific benchmark. If you move it or change it for policy reasons, it's no longer anchored in toxicology. That makes it harder to defend, it makes it less credible, and ultimately less effective. The state already has a path forward. The legislature mandated ESHAs. These are the tools designed to capture those extrinsic factors through data, community input, and coordination. These are the mechanisms to address the broader burdens that the communities face. So the bottom line is we do not need to do both. Lowering HQ weakens the science because you lose the clear dose to response link. You no longer know what each ratchet, lowering down actually means in terms of changing your health outcomes. The credible way forward is to keep HQ science-based and let cumulative tools do their job. In short, we agree with that mandate, we reject the shortcut, and we support using the right tools to reach and achieve the right outcomes. With this, I turn it back to my colleague.
That would be me.
That would be you.
Thank you. So I'm going to briefly touch on this. It's kind of going back to what I shared yesterday. The concept again is that the JWIG and CPA continue to reiterate that the toxicity values themselves and what EPA generates are health protective with an adequate margin of safety. This is the concept I showed yesterday, but today what I wanted to do is particularly show you with a PTAC of hydrogen sulfide. For example, all the way to the right, you have the IDLH, or the immediately dangerous and life health threatening level of 140,000 microgram per meter cube of H2S. So when you hear H2S is dangerous at that level, that's where we're sitting. EPA selects the most sensitive health effect across, like the state showed yesterday, the division, across a body of studies that are known. And just if you move to the left, that's where the no observed adverse effect level is for the most sensitive effect across all target organs at 640 microgram per meter cube. EPA's toxicity value is at 2 microgram per meter cube. That's what we mean by adequate margin of safety, from where there's no effects observed across different populations. The division and other parties are proposing 70% less than where that is already health protective. So I'm going to share there. And the reason I bring this up is, again, EDF's proposal to use an HQ of 0.2 rather than say 0.3 or whatever is completely arbitrary. They did cite one particular study using an uncertainty factor of 42. However, an evaluation of that study is clear that that is unsupported, and that's not even what the authors speak on. The Axelrod review does not provide recommendations for a specific uncertainty factor to account for vulnerable populations. Rather, Axelrod provides a summary of factors to consider regarding human variability within the context of a risk assessment.
Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you again. I'm going to expand a little bit on the conservatism built into the 10 and a million cancer risk values and specifically respond to testimony from other parties yesterday saying that 10 and a million is not conservative enough. For cancer risks, I discussed the conservatism that's built into the inhalation unit risk value, the IUR value. If you remember from yesterday, exposure estimates use the 95th percentile upper bounds on exposure. They also look at a linear no threshold model that goes all the way down to zero. They also assume the populations are continuously exposed to this concentration over 70 years. That means whether you're outside where the concentration actually occurs, or sleeping inside in your home, or at work, or visiting family members, you're exposed to that concentration 24 hours a day, continuously over 70 years. The EPA calls this a plausible upper bound estimate of risk and states that the risk may be lower and may even be zero. Note, this does not translate to an actual number of cancers, as some of the parties will claim. And you can't just multiply this number by the population and say there will be this many number of cancers caused by this concentration. That's an inflammatory thing designed to cause public panic, and it's not supported by the science. What it means practically is that the concentration of PTACs at the 1 in a million cancer risk level are many orders of magnitude below where any observable cancers have been seen in scientific studies. At the risk of totally losing you, and I apologize for this, I'm going to throw in another term, cumulative dose. Cumulative dose is basically the concentration you're exposed to times how long you're exposed to that. And this is commonly used in occupational epidemiology studies where workers whose exposure is measured either by area monitors or personal monitors they wear, those concentrations are multiplied by the number of years the particular worker is at the job, right? So if you look at this and you compare that to the numbers at 10 in a million cancer risk, where people are exposed for 70 years, you see that the numbers actually differ by a factor of 14,000. This is a lot. This is a long range of extrapolation. And this slide doesn't even give that justice. It's really a big level. And what it essentially means is it's likely overestimating the cancer risk, not underestimating the cancer risk. EDF incorrectly claims that the 1 in a million cancer risk level is needed. First, they claim that the linear no threshold model doesn't account for human variability. However, by assuming linearity down to zero, no threshold, we're ignoring the fact that in practice, humans have defense mechanisms in their body to try to prevent cancer. Excuse me. Protective things like DNA repair, like detoxification enzymes, like immune surveillance. By assuming this goes straight down to zero, as opposed to being a biphasic or multiphasic curve, they're basically saying none of these things exist. And so then to talk about human variability, it just doesn't make any sense. Basically, the linear no threshold model already says we're taking the most sensitive person who has no protective mechanisms at all. All this goes to show that 10 in a million cancer risk is a health protective number. So, as I've said, EPA has defined an acceptable cancer risk range of 1 to 100 million. This does not mean that cancer is likely to occur. It's not a bright line. So it's not like if you're above this, it happens. Again, plausible upper bound cancer risk. So for 10 in a million, it means that there's an additional 0.001 cancer risk. So even if this was an actual cancer risk, which it's not, it would mean that the observed cancer risk in the population of 40% would now be 40.001%. So essentially no impact. In fact, EPA in their National Air Toxics Assessment Program, the precursor to the current air tox screen, says 100 in a million is not a standard or regulatory action level, and it simply says we need to look closer at the situation. So, as I've testified, the cancer risk level of 10 in a million is widely accepted as a health protective cancer risk level by multiple agencies. It's within the 1 to 100 acceptable risk range. It's the value that TCEQ uses in its air target risk level policy, as opposed to the value they use for their screening and permitting. again. It accounts for the potential multiple exposures while still being in the range. Importantly, many of the parties have stated that other states use 1 in a million risk and use that as a justification for adopting a 1 in a million risk level. However, those states use this in a screening mechanism and not in a, and if it doesn't pass, it doesn't mean that it doesn't go, but rather more analyses are done. And then finally, this again puts 10 in a million risk in perspective with some additional examples. All the additional examples I found, many of which are not voluntary risks, but things that just happen, are extremely rare occurrences, and even they are above the 10 in a million risk range. The last slide just shows the numbers and the impact that this would have.
Thank you, Dr. Kaden. Again, this is our proposed benchmark values. And to support the statements from Dr. Kaden, we are also proposing this SBAP language we showed you yesterday, acknowledging that different risk levels can be used to calculate values that satisfy the definition. We just want to clarify for the commission that this proposed SBAP language is independent from our proposed 10 in 1 million risk cancer risk proposal, and that regardless of what risk levels are adopted by the commission should adopt this SBAP language to clarify and acknowledge that risk range that Dr. Kaden explained. Next, the commission should not adopt any out-of-scope proposals. So we heard from some parties that the acute benchmark rulemaking should be expedited. The JWIG and CPA disagree with these assertions. Considerations of acute benchmarks are outside the scope of this rulemaking. And as we've seen from this process, a significant amount of time and resources are needed to develop benchmarks, and we should not rush that process. JWIG and CPA also request that the commission should not adopt the EDS proposal to require cumulative risk assessments. This proposal is overly broad and outside the scope of this rulemaking. Whether, if, and how the feasibility of conducting a multi-chemical risk assessment needs to be separately determined, as explained by the folks here today about the different mechanisms for doing that and what the appropriate steps are. And one last point, and it's not directly to this slide, but we also wanted to correct some of the claims we heard yesterday regarding the increased cancer risk in certain areas in the state, which we believe are inconsistent with the studies conducted by CDPHE in 2021 and are published on CDPHE's website that address community and health concerns in Commerce City, North Denver. We just want to correct for the record that 2021 CDPHE study found that levels of benzene, quote, have been measured in the air and are not expected to cause harmful health impacts, end quote, and that, quote, leukemia studies are not higher than would be expected in the Commerce City, North Denver area. And here's our summary of issues. Once again, we request that the commission adopt the division's regulatory definition of health protective benchmark. We also request that the commission adopt the revised SBAP language that you heard this morning, which the JWIG, CPA, and division worked really hard to collaborate and come to consensus on. And we also request that the commission adopt our alternate risk values of a hazard quotient of 1 and a cancer risk level of 10 in 1 million. And now I will leave it to questions, and we'd like to save the remaining amount of our time for cross. Thank you.
Could you leave your previous slide up?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for your testimony.
thank you.
Commissioners, we have questions. Commissioner Reader.
Thank you for your testimony. I guess I'd like to go back to start to your first slide where you had the definitions, some of the regulatory definitions.
Sure.
I'll find it.
Oh. Are you referring to the ones in direct?
Slide 9.
Okay. Yeah, go.
The first definition, health-based standards, means the chronic exposure limits for each, you emphasize priority or toxic contaminant required to protect the public from adverse health effects of that priority. Does each and that imply to you that we are only to consider a single pollutant in setting a health-based standard?
Yes, and I think it's both a reasonable plain language reading for the reasons we discussed yesterday, And two, supported by what you've heard here today. It's a reasonable interpretation because it's sensical because of the mechanism, the appropriate mechanisms and methodologies for doing those types of cumulative risk assessments. And the fact that where they come into in the process, that doing them at the adoption of these benchmarks during Regulation 30 is not possible. And thus, it's a reasonable and appropriate interpretation of the statutory directive that the statute is focused on the adoption of a health protective benchmark for each PTAC on its own. And then, as we discussed, if, when, and how you do cumulative risk assessments, and by that I mean, multi-chemical risk assessment, and there's the separate idea of extrinsic as well, right? Those are in the context-specific decisions that are made for each specific regulatory program adopted and its specific policy goals.
When we talk about the health quotient, of 1 versus 0.3, I'm allowed to ask one question today before the mic.
You didn't know that we were
Yeah, I'll tell you,
controlling.
It's off again.
That's off again.
A very subtle sign.
Okay.
Sorry.
It starts, it's on, okay. As I understand the division's testimony in their pre-hearing statement, they said, part of why they used HQ of 0.3 was to take into account the multiple effects.
Mhm.
If you were going to do that, shouldn't you also then make your cancer risk less than whatever your standard is for a single pollutant and have it be 0.3 of what it would be? Is there an inconsistency in that approach between cancer and non-cancer risk?
Yeah, and I'll let somebody else weigh in a second, but my initial reaction there is that we also do read, and it's not as explicit, but we read kind of inherent in some of the statements in the record that the idea of ratcheting down to the 1 in a million is in part saying, because we're directed to consider this like cumulatives, let's go to the lower end of that. But it's also not clear that that's exactly what happened. And that's part of the concern, is the lack of a direct correlation between the consideration of these factors and the values coming out of them.
That's right. So as Dr. McMullen had said, there are methods to look at multiple pollutants. There are well-established methods. And practically speaking, when you're exposed to a complex environmental mixture, different pollutants will be present at different concentrations. And so they will contribute different amounts to a particular cancer risk. So again, although JWIG and CPA agree that the 1 to 100 in a million is a very reasonable range to look at, if you're coming down to 10 in a million, you're really taking that into account. I mean, practically, I've probably been looking at complex mixtures for 40-something years. And it's very rare that you have multiple chemicals driving cancer risk. It's generally 1, maybe 2 chemicals that will present the most risk in a particular environmental mix. So this idea that every chemical is going to be present at concentrations that are going to cause a cancer risk is just not substantiated by what really happens in the real world.
Will the risk of multiple chemicals be addressed when you look at the permitting assessment through the risk action levels and screening assessments and risk assessments that are done as part of the permitting?
Right.
And your understanding of the division's program. It's too early to know.
I think it's
assessment. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think our position on that would be too early to know, and that is the exact thing that should be appropriately addressed in the rulemaking process that we're asking for, is what type and how multi-chemical risk assessment is done, at what stage of permitting and when, and in what contexts for it to be appropriate and validated. And so that is exactly the type of question we think should be addressed and codified through rulemaking.
So based on their evaluation of other state programs and their statement about looking at Oregon's program, or that's where Oregon would take consideration of that. California, Texas, all of those other, when you're doing, for example, permitting, because see, it depends on what the facility emits, right? So you look at it from that perspective. And that's typical of what agencies do. And it's typical of what we did, what they continue to do here at the state. And when I was the state toxicologist here, say, for example, evaluating ambient air, you have a mixtures. So you do this HI component, but see, you can't arbitrarily make a decision because you don't know what the chemical mixtures are unless it's specific.
I guess with regard to some of the extrinsic factors, we saw a graphic yesterday where the extrinsic factors include air pollution, but also include fast food, stress, and a lot of other factors. I was curious for your perspective. While a lot of things might be public health issues, to what extent is AQCC responsible for those extrinsic effects beyond the air pollution piece?
I'll let Uni speak after I quickly say one. I've got a loud voice, so I guess everybody can hear me without it. I'll let Uni speak, but I will quickly say, I think that's a very important point what you just said. Because if you change, there's no evidence base. I can understand that this commission, you're charged with considering these very important components of social determinants of health. It's important, and we're not saying that you ignore that. It's just the AQCC, there's no evidence to say that if you adjust this, that you are ensuring health protection, because how do you even know that those are the components or the underlying factors that are driving those social determinants of health without any data or evidence to support that?
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
You should have been down there.
I know.
Commissioner Milford.
She's not there.
Yeah, you're close enough.
Yeah, I can poke you. Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. So I want to kind of follow up on the setting the HQ as one on a scientific basis. It seems to me like there's a bit of a disconnect here, because as I look at the division's proposal and some of the slides they presented and so forth, they seem to see the 0.3 HQ, if you will, as a floor for what would be adopted in the future for regulatory levels. And so if the HQ level was, if the benchmarks were set corresponding to an HQ of 1, that's the way I should say it, would you object if there were modeling screening levels that were 0.3 times the chronic benchmark, or if there were regulatory limits in a context of multiple sources in a given area that were less than that benchmark level?
Commissioner Milford, I can take a first pass at that. I think that the reason for our proposal is to have that exact question go through the appropriate stakeholder process and engagement. I don't have an answer right today as to whether or not we object, except think reasonable 0.3, 0.5, 0.6 would be an appropriate screening level for any particular facility in any particular location, whether it's new, modified, where it's located, what types of facilities. Our position here is that we seem to be basing this benchmark level on decisions that other states seem to use these as a screening level, right, for certain things. And our position is that the benchmark levels should be set to satisfy the statutory directive and be, primarily focused on the toxicology that we've discussed. And then the questions that you're discussing would then be able to be more context specific and be driven by the appropriate procedural processes. Yeah, but Chris has some comments.
Can I weigh in? I don't think I agree with the premise that the HQ of 0.3 is the floor. The HQ of 1.0 is the floor, and that's the level below which you don't expect to see adverse effects.
Right.
But what the division is doing is they're picking 0.3 as a way to sort of fudge cumulative risk protection level, which, as we've been saying, should really be established through a future process on cumulative risks.
That's not what I meant by the floor, but I appreciate the answer, and I can stick with my question. The second question I have, you confused me a little bit. I understood that EDF cited the Warshawski paper as the basis for their 42 factor. And you mentioned an Axelrod review that I didn't see cited in their presentation. So can you clarify on there?
Yeah, I think there were a couple of different papers I thought that were cited in there. And this goes to stating that, so that paper that they cited the 42 on was sort of a thought paper. It did not provide specific explicit recommendations, as though there was concrete evidence that 42 is the magical number that addresses all specific, vulnerabilities within a population.
And so when you say that paper, are you referring to the Warshawski paper? Or what are you referring to?
I guess maybe I put the wrong paper on that one, but I think maybe it was the.
I need to forensic it for a
Yeah, I
second,
can
so I
go back and
apologize,
take
but I
a look.
believe that the reason that paper is cited and is because it's actually the paper cited cross references to this Axelrod study.
The
So
Warshawski.
that's
Yeah,
exactly. So the paper cited in the actual
Yeah.
filings, cross references relies on it. So when we reviewed the study, you actually end up reviewing this Axelrod study.
Okay, well then, just one follow up on that. The standard adjustment factor, as EDF talked about yesterday, for human variability is typically 10, a factor of 10, an adjustment factor is incorporated as a standard rule. And I do think the Warshawski paper, which was the one that I looked at, makes an argument that that is insufficient to be protective, not just based on multiple exposures, but also other variability in human susceptibility. I just wanted to give you a chance to respond.
Yes. So they suggest that, and what I'm saying is that you can't take one particular paper that is not from scientific agency, and it differs completely from what multiple experts have written in scientific agency policy that goes back to the 80s that has demonstrated sufficiency of those other health protective factors. So while it's almost like what the division showed yesterday of the thousands of papers, by saying that you're going to take one scientific research article that suggests the possibility, and that study did in one particular population, right, that shows that, and that say, well, 42 is a magical number because we're going to use one research study out of thousands of studies over decades that other scientists have looked at dose response behaviors and adequate protection, and say that that's what we're going to develop regulatory policy on.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Any cross? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Weld County? You guys are not.
We're online.
Oh, okay.
All right.
That's fair.
Good morning. All right. We're ready when you all are.
Well, we're totally ready.
All right. Well, good morning, Hearing Officer Slutsky and other commissioners. We only have brief comments and rebuttal, so we did not make the drive down, but we appreciate the commission's time and thought on this rulemaking. Next slide, please. So this is a recreation of a slide I sort of skipped over yesterday to discussing the different economic impact analysis factors. But based on both the discussion that Commissioner Rudolph had with the Clean Utilities Coalition, as well as just this conversation that Commissioner Milford had with the Joint Industry Working Group, I think it's important to recognize of what exactly economic impact analysis entails and can entail to help inform the decision-making, including, listing it out, costs to the general public, air pollution benefits, cost per unit air pollution reduction, and costs to the division to implement the proposal, which is, one of the paths you can do in an EIA, or impacted business or industry sectors, growth of the affected industry sectors with or without implementation of the proposal, impacts on general business climate or subsets thereof, and on specific industries. And then essentially what all of this leads to is from our perspective, the fundamental problem in this rulemaking is the division being cagey about how they're going to apply these benchmarks. And so we're left to speculate of, well, is the division going to increase inspection if something is above the benchmark? And that's the type of thing that would be really nice to know. And so if the commission can get an answer out of the division on that type of issue, we would appreciate it. And that helps inform, as you know, this slide shows, the economic impact analysis of what are costs to the division to implement the proposal and costs to the general public, even if there aren't direct costs to industry or direct air pollution benefits, but you get a more holistic picture of where regulation in Colorado is headed, and more certainty of what's going to happen in the future for planning for everybody. And with that, next slide, please. So that's all I really wanted to say in rebuttal. Weld County, we reiterate our asks of the commission from our direct testimony with the one adjustments to we find it acceptable to adopt either rule or SBAP language. In terms of clarifying, this rule will have no regulatory or economic impacts absent further rulemaking. And again, we think this is incredibly important because from the direct testimony, there are clearly many members of the public and other parties who think that this rule will have an impact on air pollution. And so the commission needs to be clear that that is not the case at this point in time. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Any commissioner questions? Any cross? Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
AdvaMed is next. They online? My mic on?
They didn't submit slides. They didn't submit any rebuttal slides.
Okay, so we'll just move on to American Chemistry Council.
I did see her there members in the room,
Mhm.
but looks like she stepped out. I'll go look for her.
Apologies, bathroom break needed.
Please pull the mic all the way up. Yes, thank you.
Whenever you're ready, guys.
Okay, your control? Okay, thank you. My name is Abby Lee. My colleague Jim Buss and I thank the commission for the opportunity to provide a 3-minute science-based response to the division comments related to ethylene oxide. Slide 2. The division dismissed the TCEQ value by incorrectly characterizing it as a new study instead of a toxicity value. Next slide. Based on the division policy, it is a tier 3 value that should be considered because it is more recent and more correct than the EPA IRIS value. There are no other state values. Slide 4. The EPA SAB report on the draft IRIS assessment repeatedly stated that any model that is considered must be biologically plausible and consistent with the observed data. The final EPA IRIS never addressed this requirement. The
The EPA IRIS only claim for considering biological plausibility was in rejecting two models with steep slopes approaching infinity that were based on 0 cases. Next slide. The final EPA IRIS and subsequent response to comments never provided any biological basis for EPA's selected model as required by EPA SAB. Next slide. In contrast, TCEQ emphasized in its problem formulation the integration of the dose response analysis with biological and epidemiological weight of evidence. Next slide. By doing so, TCEQ did a better job following EPA cancer risk assessment guidelines, which anticipated the trap that EPA IRIS fell into of generating a multitude of alternative computer models without sufficient consideration of biological information. Next slide. The error with the EPA IRIS value is more than just divorcing statistical modeling selection from biological plausibility. The EPA IRIS made a critical mistake in the statistics and visual fit that led EPA to select their model. TCEQ identified and corrected these mistakes. External peer reviewers for TCEQ with statistical expertise agreed with TCEQ's correction of the statistical error. Next slide. Not only is TCEQ's approach more correct, the TCEQ approach better fulfills EPA's own stated objectives for model selection than the IRIS value. And I highlight 3 of the 7 criteria where TCEQ approach is superior. These are discussed in detail in our written comments. Next slide. In conclusion, the Colorado Division should adhere to its own policy and use the TCEQ approach, which corrects errors in EPA IRIS analysis and is the most current, transparent, publicly available, and peer-reviewed toxicity value. Thank you. I think there's someone online.
Yes, this is Katie Goyak. If you go to the next slide, please, I can provide, oh, actually, maybe a few until we get to the beginning of the formaldehyde slides. Right there, thank you. Yes, you can go to the next slide, please. There are a few topics on which I'd like to provide some clarification for my testimony yesterday. First, I wanted to provide some more information on the National Academy of Sciences review of the IRIS assessment on formaldehyde. And so there are a few quotes in here from the report itself that highlight, what they did conclude, and then a few points on what they specifically did not address or did not review. So, initially, I think we did talk about this yesterday. The question was, did the NAS review the methods? And yes, the NAS stated that it did. It found the methods consistent with EPA's state of practice approach. But however, there are a few points in which the NAS report recognizes that they did not review. So the committee specifically did not conduct an independent hazard evaluation or dose response assessment, and therefore does not recommend alternative hazard identifications or alternative hazard identification conclusions or toxicity values. So they really didn't evaluate the validity of the toxicity values or comment otherwise on those. And then secondly, the NAS report specifies that the committee also was not charged with commenting on other interpretations of scientific information, nor did its statement of task call for a review of alternative opinions on EPA's formaldehyde assessment. So they through this, where the report acknowledges that they were specifically charged with the conclusions that EPA drew, but did not comment on other interpretations. And then I'll note that really there are, ACC has identified over 100 publications that were excluded or dismissed from EPA's IRIS assessment, some of which cover the critical issues that we discussed yesterday, including sensory irritation, modeling, weight of the evidence, dermal exposure, and systematic review methods. If you could go to the next slide, please. And then I also wanted to provide, on a completely different topic, provide a reference that I spoke to yesterday that I misremembered the number slightly. So this goes to the robust database for humans that there is a, I spoke to the number of human volunteers that have been that have been included in the controlled chamber studies. And this is the reference I was thinking of for EU recommendation from the Scientific Committee on Occupational Exposure Limits for Formaldehyde, which was published in June of 2016. The quote is that there is a solid database for humans comprising in total more than 400 volunteers for sensory irritation of formaldehyde on the eye, a very sensitive parameter. And then this regulatory authority goes on to say that it is generally considered that avoidance of sensory irritation of the eye and the upper respiratory tract would automatically imply a safety margin to also avoid cytotoxic irritation-induced local cell proliferation as a first step to tumor induction. Which gets at the, controlling to avoid irritation also avoids the biological triggers that are the first step on the way to tumor formation. And just again, as I noted, right, the controlled human exposure studies are considered the gold standard because the subjects, the exposures, and the confounders are known and controlled in those studies and provide the most reliable, high confidence evidence of cause and effect. And they're really, we're not just pointing to one study, there are multiple high quality studies for formaldehyde that cover a number of individuals, and those should be used to guide regulatory decisions. And so I have one final slide, please. All right, and so to provide more specificity on our ask, I think we're asking that substance appropriate methods be used that account for substance specific data. We could adopt scientifically supported approaches. So the health-based standards should be based on controlled chamber studies, mode of action data, and align with the EU approach for the, based on the information that I provided earlier. Also, we think it would be an option to modernize the policy. So the updated 2004 toxicity values policy could be updated to reflect modern science and international best practices. As we understand it now, it's limited to US policies or US toxicity values. And really, this all gets at the point of wanting to rely on the best available science. So, we want to make sure that scientifically. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Our light's not working.
Sorry, it's hard to tell online.
Questions, Commissioners? Mr. Milford.
Thank you. And sorry about the abrupt way of announcing that you're over time, but so I have a question for Dr. Goyak, I guess a couple of questions. I guess I'm concerned that you're pointing us to occupational exposure limits and controlled studies when what we're talking about here is a standard that's supposed to protect the general population, including children and elderly and people with pre-existing conditions that wouldn't be covered in the controlled exposure experiments and wouldn't be covered in an occupational standard. So do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, sure. So actually something that was covered in my slides from yesterday, but I forgot to highlight, it was that for sensory irritants, chemicals, and this is true for formaldehyde, but also has been observed with other chemicals, for chemicals that cause like a point of contact type of irritation, those tend to be concentration driven effects, not exposure time driven effects. So typically, that means that they don't follow the exposure time kind of typical. Excuse me. let me pause here. So typically when we're thinking about translating from a scenario of an 8-hour day occupational exposure to a 24-hour general population exposure, we would assume that the longer the exposure time, the greater the effect that you would see. But for sensory irritations and point of contact effects, we just don't see the relationship that, as the time increases, the level of irritation doesn't increase, the level of effects, there's not a good correlation there between that. And, there are a lot of science to support, why that is. I'm not sure if we should go into the kind of detailed thoughts, but I mean, it's a avoiding the irritation provides, it's a reversible effect that's not quite reached to the level of adversity yet. So it's typically considered as long as you're under that level and avoiding that kind of level, I mean, that's whether you're in a home or in, a home in which, that you might have a base level of exposure to formaldehyde all day. If you're not tripping.
I think we got the point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? It's not plugged in.
It's magic. Thank you for your testimony. Just really two quick questions. First, on the ethylene oxide, as I understood from your testimony yesterday, you're suggesting we should be using a level of 600 micrograms per cubic meter
For the non-cancer.
for non-cancer risk.
Right, and that's based on an EPA, more recent, like 20 years later, after many more studies were conducted and a recent evaluation.
And what was for the cancer? Do you have a change on that, or was?
Yeah, there is a value that we provided. I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me, but it is based on the combined breast cancer mortality that was calculated by the EPA IRIS and the TCQ value, which is based on the lymphoid mortality. So in terms of the EPA's value, they provided values for the breast cancer incidence.
I remember parts of your testimony yesterday. I'm just trying to
Get the actual number. I will.
And I have the same question for formaldehyde. I
What's the?
remember the graphs yesterday had things about why the health-based standards were you consider to be inappropriate, but I'm not sure I saw a number from ACC saying what the formaldehyde numbers should be. That's a question to Dr. Boyack.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we have I think our recommendation is to follow the approach that the EU has followed, starting from, protecting against sensory irritation. I think their number that they landed on was 300 parts per billion.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Milford.
Yeah, I want to follow up, I guess, on ethylene oxide a little bit more as well. And I'm going back to the National Academy's review, the 2025 report. They said, and the quote that I noted is that the TCEQ approach suffered from numerous flaws that deviated from best practices, including relying on occupational studies that failed to use an internal reference group as opposed to their reliance on an external.
Right, that was an error. There were many errors in the NAS report, and I don't think we want to.
The TCEQ approach that.
Yeah, what happened is that the TCEQ, like EPA, used the NIOSH study, which was an occupational exposure study, right? And then they, just like EPA, did the modeling, and EPA did a similar modeling using the standard Cox proportional hazard model. And so those are like, in derivation of the cancer risk, exactly the same. So it could be that you kind of reading it maybe out of the context of the larger point that, but I mean, I'm trying to, is that what your question was? Was the cancer risk derived?
Let me kind of cut short, because I don't want to get too far into the weeds. I'm not prepared to go there. But there's a pretty long list of tier 1 concerns that the National Academies had with the TCQ approach.
Right.
And so I'm concerned about us adopting that approach when those concerns are outstanding and no one else seems to have corrected and then re-reviewed that. So that's
so
tier 1 complaints, right?
Yeah, but the problem is that the tier 1 considerations were largely dealing with a lack of a systematic review for hazard assessment. Would you agree that that's a lot of the points?
No, and again, I don't want to chase this down too far. So, some of them were not just
and then
presentation, but some of them quite substantive to me.
Right, I understand. Some of it was like TCQ did a prediction analysis, which was based on using the model and asking the question, if I use the model, can I apply that model to the general population SEER database to predict the actual cancers? And in that regard, the TCQ model was statistically significantly superior than the EPA's model. So then one of the responses was from the NAS was taken from an EPA presentation to the NAS, but NAS didn't provide an independent review. EPA said in their response to comments that they didn't take into account the healthy worker effect that might be important for occupational exposure when you use that method. But indeed, TCEQ did that. So in fact, the NAS report was basically repeating things that were in EPA's response to comments that were wrong.
Okay, so that, I think we should leave it there. And again, I don't want to belabor this for everyone, but the bottom line is that the TCEQ numbers are out there. We have a somewhat negative NAS report that you disagree with, but that's kind of where we are.
It's a very robust analysis, and I think that the NAS's criticism never says that you shouldn't use the number. It says you should address these issues.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't think that changes the use of the number because their scientific evaluations were incorrect or focused on hazard assessment.
Thank you.
Anyone else? For any cross-examination? Well, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, thank you.
We have Black and Brown Parents United Foundation.
Yep, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Yesterday, the CUC had a slide supporting Jadewood CPA's position. The slide said the health protective benchmarks may not be implemented in any manner that has a regulatory or economic impact on any entity without proper approval by the commission following a rulemaking that complies with the commission's procedural rules and satisfies all requirements under Colorado Air Pollution Prevention and Control Act and the Colorado Administration Procedure Act. We take issue with this for 3 reasons. Number 1, procedural barriers and delays. Requiring a full rulemaking for every instance where a health benchmark might have a regulatory or economic impact adds significant procedural hurdles. Rulemaking under the Colorado Air Pollution Prevention and Control Act, as well as the Colorado Administrative Procedure Act, is a lengthy, complex process involving public notice, hearings, and detailed analysis. This slows down the ability to respond quickly to emergent or urgent health threats from air pollution, which can be especially problematic if new evidence requires immediate action to protect public health. Number 2, there's a potential for regulatory paralysis. The extra approval step gives regulated industries more opportunities to lobby against or delay health protections. If every benchmark needs a separate commission rulemaking, industries can mount repeated challenges, making it harder for regulators to actually implement new standards. This dynamic has been criticized in other regulatory contexts for creating regulatory process or paralysis where nothing gets done due to endless processes. Number 3, weakened health protections. Ultimately, this rule could undermine the intent of health-based standards. If health benchmarks can't be enforced or even considered unless they survive a cumbersome rulemaking process, their practical value is diminished. This runs counter to the purpose of public health law, which is to allow agencies to act swiftly when people's health is at stake. My final question to you is, what do you have to lose if you limit toxic chemicals in communities? Thank you.
Questions? Any cross? Thank you.
Thanks.
Chamber of Commerce? You have kind of about a minute.
A minute. Thought it was a minute and 18. My slides, just FYI, have become outdated, so don't even need to show them. So what?
Would you like for me to share them?
Nope, they're outdated now. Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. The Colorado Chamber supports the procedural safeguards deal that was made between that JWIG and CPA discussed earlier. I want to thank the division and the AG's office for the role in this. With that said, we still believe that the EIA should have been performed and hope they will be done so in future rulemaking. Chamber members provided detailed technical data by experienced toxicologists and scientists. One of has over 50 years experience in the field. Please continue to give these professionals testimonies fair consideration as you decide what values to adopt later today. I want to end on this. While I know not 100% applicable, but it is somewhat informative. The state has a sunset provision in statute that states, quote, "The General Assembly finds that state government actions have produced a substantial increase in number of agencies, growth of programs, and proliferation of rules, and that the process developed without sufficient legislative oversight, regulatory accountability, or a system of checks and balance." Critical quote. The General Assembly further finds that regulatory agencies tend to become unnecessarily restrictive, end quote. Please, as you're deliberating, take all the testimony that you have heard today and get the values that are needed, but not overly restrictive. That's our remaining ask. Thank you. Just on time.
Thank you. Any questions? Any cross-exam? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Anybody need a break or? Go.
I say take a break for the division. but I
Better
think
come
we
down
have
in
to-
the coal mine for us.
It looks like you roughly have about 25 minutes of rebuttal testimony left before you get to the division.
That sounds fair to me. Okay. So CUC is up next.
I mean, don't trust my math. I'm not your math advisor.
Lawyers are noted for their math.
Yes, we're
skills.
noted for our math skills, yeah.
You did use the qualifier approximately.
Yeah, I tried.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to be careful.
Maybe you have like,
Oh, stuff, see, yeah.
mine says 1 minute even.
For them, but I meant like everybody else who's left. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Good morning. I am Julie Rosen with Wellborn Sullivan Meck and Tooley, representing the Colorado Utilities Coalition and the members I listed yesterday. As established in testimony yesterday, a procedural safeguard is necessary. The CUC would of course prefer a safeguard in the rule so that it has force and effect. But at this point, we support the revised SBAP that JWIG presented, particularly because the division has indicated that it supports it. And we prefer to reach agreement where we can. And we think the revised SBAP clarifies what type of uses of the benchmarks would require a rulemaking hearing. To be clear, the division's existing SBAP dated August 26th is problematic and should not be adopted. And I'm just realizing my slides are not up. There's a slide on that point, but that's okay. We can put it up.
Jenny, do you mind pausing the clock?
So worried about my time constraints. Just jump right in. And when you see my slides, you will see why I was not so concerned about them. Yeah, so here we are. You want to restart? Start the clock. Okay, so just to be clear, the existing SBAP is problematic and should not be adopted for these reasons. And to conclude, the CUC requests that the commission adopt the revised agreed upon SBAP.
Okay, any questions? Any cross-exam? You guys awake out there at all?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Committee Organized for Clean Air is next. And after that, Environmental Defense. 3 minutes plus.
Yes. Hello? Oh, there we go. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tess Foles, and I have the privilege of speaking on behalf of COCA, Community Organized for Clean Air, during the rebuttal testimony today. Now, I just have 3 points to make. First, the statute mandates that the Commission consider the cumulative impacts of these toxic air contaminants when setting health protective standards. Now, I'm not going to labor on this point, as I think the Commission has already recognized where in the statute this language is clear. We would just like to further emphasize factors 3 and 5 under subsection 6B, which specify that disproportionately impacted communities are to be considered, as well as the various effects that different populations may experience. Secondly, community members are experts of their own lived experience, and their testimony should be recognized more so than paid third-party consultants. Once again, the statute makes clear that cumulative impacts are to be considered. In order to do so, the Commission must listen to these community members who live it every day, 24/7, and have for generations. As Dr. Beth Gillespie's pointed out within our rebuttal statement, modern science at this point cannot provide definitive answers as to how human lives are affected from these contaminants over a lifetime of exposure, in addition to socioeconomic factors and the synergistic effect that one affected organ system has on another. What we do have, however, is evidence showing that these communities are not affected in the same way as other Colorado communities. The Commission therefore must consider these community members who are experts of their own lived experience. These are the people who live in the most polluted zip code in the country. If anyone has been historically left out of these discussions, it is them. For these reasons, we strongly urge the Commission to adopt the most protective health-based standards, which is again at a bare minimum what the division has proposed, the 1 in 1 million and HQ of 0.3, and not what JWIG and CPA have put forth. Lastly, the purpose of this phase of the rulemaking is to set protective health-based standards, rather than prioritizing economics or the practicality of implementation. Phase 3 is where the permitting system is set, which makes it all that much more important now to ensure that these vulnerable communities are protected as we move forward with these phases. We need to place people over profits and ensure protection of these communities. We ask this so that future generations of Colorado communities can breathe cleaner air. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioners? Ross? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Environmental Defense.
Great, thank you so much. Elizabeth Pranios here on behalf of EDF. I'm going to turn our presentation over to Dr. Varner.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. Yesterday we heard that cancer risk levels, oh, sorry, next slide, please. Yesterday we heard that cancer risk levels of 1 or 10 in 1 million are levels of insignificant risk, which I believe was quoted from Texas Center for Environmental Quality's selection of 10 in 1 million as a cancer risk screening level. I want to clarify that these risks are not insignificant. In fact, counties in and around Houston have 95 to 99% higher cancer and non-cancer risks than all other US counties solely from air toxic pollution as determined by EPA data. TCEQ's use of the 10 in 1 million risk level is not protective of public health. Further, I want to clarify that these cancer risks are not insignificant in comparison to other risks, such as car crashes, and cannot be compared to such, as these types of risks are inherently different. Car crashes and other lifestyle risks represent voluntary risks where people choose whether to engage in those activities. Cancer risks from air pollution are completely involuntary and are not a choice that individuals make, but rather are risks that communities suffer from without their control, as we heard yesterday. Therefore, we continue to urge the commission to adopt the most stringent cancer risk level of 1 in 1 million. Next slide. Many parties also assert that the health-based standards are orders of magnitude below where studies showed health effects, which is typically termed the low AL or the lowest dose where there are observed health effects. There have also been comparisons made to the no AL or the highest dose in a study where there are no observed health effects. I want to clarify that these studies are normally done on either rodents with identical genetics or a small population of humans, such as tens of workers, and cannot account for the uncertainty and variability seen in the human population. This is why we can't compare the resulting toxicity values to the levels at which effects are seen in a single study, and why uncertainty factors are applied to reach an ample margin of safety. EPA itself admits that, quote, the no AL is really a consequence of the fact that any finite study has an inherent limit of detection. Thus, the no AL is actually of little practical utility in describing toxicological dose-response relationships. It does not represent a biological threshold and cannot establish that lower exposures are necessarily without risk. Therefore, stating that toxicity values or health-based standards are overly conservative based on comparison to a no AL or a low AL is uninformative and scientifically unsupported. Next slide. I also want to clarify that uncertainty factors applied to toxicity values do not account for extrinsic factors, and that we are not suggesting doing a cumulative impacts assessment through adjustment of the HQ. Instead, we're demonstrating scientifically supported variability in the human population based on both intrinsic and extrinsic factors that affect a person's vulnerability to health effects from exposure to these toxic contaminants. This is a dose response consideration as it represents factors that affect the level of response at a specific exposure and therefore is appropriate and necessary to consider when setting health-based standards. The human variability uncertainty factor of 10 was reviewed by the Varshevsky study and was reviewed by the EPA Risk Assessment Forum, in which a large body of evidence was evaluated. Both the Varshevsky study and EPA Risk Assessment Forum found that the uncertainty factor of 10 is insufficient to account for human variability. Other parties have noted that the Varshevsky paper is only one study of many. However, it is worth noting that this paper is a review of multiple independent research studies and builds upon the scientific body of evidence to adequately inform application of human variability adjustments and regulatory actions.
Thank you.
Questions? Any cross-exam?
Question.
Maybe you could cross too.
No, I'll just ask a question. Thank you for your testimony. You went through the Varshevsky thing really fast. Could you just sort of repeat that slower so I can type?
Yes, so sorry. And we do have 45 seconds left, so I shouldn't have gone so fast. Yes, the Varshevsky study is one study, but it is actually a review of multiple studies that look at whether or not that human variability factor of 10 that has been applied based on multiple other bodies of scientific evidence is protective. And they determined through this review, but through all these other multiple studies that it is actually in fact not protective. The factor of 10 was intended to protect healthy adults, does not account for certain genetic fully account for other factors like children. They didn't account for that when they set that human variability factor of 10. And so the study is, yes, one study, but really wanted to highlight that it is building on the scientific evidence that that factor of 10 is not sufficiently protective.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, to what extent should extrinsic factors be considered in setting the health-based standard versus considered later in the process in more of a cumulative assessment?
There is evidence that supports the notion that certain extrinsic factors such as stress from poverty or racism or access to care does alter a response from a chemical exposure. And that is a dose response relationship. So that does increase your response. If you're looking at a dose response curve, right, that increases your response at the same dose from a different population that might not be experiencing that stress. That is backed by the scientific evidence. And so I think it is appropriate to consider here in setting a health-based standard. and other factors that might not be inherently affecting that dose response curve could be considered later in like a cumulative impacts assessment.
Given that given that the government has other social programs aimed at many of those things in terms of providing healthcare to the indigent, anti-poverty programs, nutrition assistance and everything else, how much of is it the responsibility of the Air Pollution Control Division, the AQCC, to address those factors versus other governmental agencies?
Sure, I'm happy to answer that question. So our take of the statute is that you have been directed to establish health-based standards that provide for a sufficient margin of safety to protect vulnerable populations. And vulnerable populations is defined in statute to include disproportionately impacted communities, as well as children, the elderly, people with disabilities. And so for that reason, your health-based standards do need to not just provide for an ample margin of safety to protect public health, which is one provision in the statute, but also you must provide for a sufficient level of protection for vulnerable populations. And that's really where, in addition to the scientific basis for the use of extrinsic factors, we believe it's necessary to look at extrinsic factors in the risk levels.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Cross-exam. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
In Latinos. Kind of almost.
Good morning, Commission. Again, my name is Rachel Jaffe, and I'm an attorney with Earth Justice here representing Green Latinos. I'm here with my colleagues Ian Coghill, Michelle Mabson, Patricia Garcia Nelson, and Jessica Herrera, who's joining us online. In our rebuttal presentation, we will be discussing 5 points, including toxicity values, the industry's requests that are beyond the scope of this rulemaking, the hazard quotient, background concentration levels, and cancer risk levels. I'll start by discussing the consideration of the recency of toxicity values. In their direct presentation yesterday, the division stated that parties asked for the division to choose toxicity values based solely on recency of values. But this is a mischaracterization of Green Latinos' position. Green Latinos did not propose that the division merely pick the newest toxicity value. Rather, Green Latinos advocates for the commission to adopt a rule that uses the best available science, including taking recency into account in deciding which toxicity value to use. The division's current proposal relies on the 2004 CDPHE policy that categorizes toxicity values into 3 tiers. Under this hierarchy, higher tiered sources will always be prioritized over lower tiered sources, regardless of recency. In practice, that means if there is an IRIS value, that value is used. While IRIS is a good starting point to choose toxicity values, it is important for the division to take a holistic look at the values to ensure the best available peer-reviewed science is relied on as directed by the statute. In fact, the 2004 CDPHE policy itself directs the division to do exactly that. It states that it adopts the EPA's Superfund toxicity value policy. EPA's Superfund policy outlines the very process that Green Latinos is advocating for. Under that program, EPA chooses toxicity values based on a hierarchical policy, which places IRIS as the default data source. Yet, as shown on this slide, that policy recognizes that while IRIS is the preferred source, the agency should consider more recent data in certain cases where the agency has evaluated risk based on its scientific judgment and has considered all credible and relevant information available to it.
Green Latinos advocates for the commission to adopt a rule that directs the division to do the same. As we discussed yesterday, the division's rigid proposed policy results in the use of a toxicity value for benzene from iris that is 10 times less protective than the Cal EPA value. Every other state that the division analyzed here uses the more protective value, leaving Colorado standing alone with a less protective toxicity value for benzene. That I will pass it to Michelle.
Good morning, commissioners. So I was going to address the industry's sort of procedural safeguards argument that they were discussing yesterday. As we understand it from Jay Wig's presentation this morning, it sounds like they're withdrawing that request in favor of some sort of agreed SBAP language. So I won't emphasize that in any great detail. The one thing that we think it's sort of important to note here is a significant procedural issue in that Green Latinos and at least one other party found out about this agreement when we saw Jay Wig's slides. So we weren't notified that any of those changes had been agreed to. This was apparently an inadvertent mistake by the state, but it meant that we spent a fair bit of time thinking through this for our presentation, and time we would have spent doing other things in our presentation had we been apprised of what was going on. So want to just sort of put that out there for the record in hopes that we can kind of do better in the future. But I will pass it back over to Michelle. I think you're next, right?
Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, good morning again, commissioners. Thank you so much for having us. So here we are going back to talking about the hazard quotient of 0.1 and why that is appropriate and most health protective. And want to note that EPA itself applies a hazard quotient less than 1, and in this case of 0.1 as a practice. And this is currently employed within the Superfund program, which we believe CDPHE correctly considered at its time when deciding if this would be appropriate. That said, going into a bit more detail as to why a 0.1 benchmark has been applied and is currently applied even in a regulatory schema, is to consider several factors that will provide an additional margin of safety. Those factors include long-term exposure. So that is to protect against chronic long-term exposure scenarios, specifically where residents may live close to a facility or a site. That includes multiple pollutants to account for exposures that may happen simultaneously, and also to prevent cumulative risks from exceeding safe levels. That is also, other factors are sensitive populations. This is more to understand that the toxicity values or reference concentrations may be more of a conservative approach, or that I should say there's a conservative approach that's needed to better protect vulnerable groups like children, pregnant women, and those who have compromised health. And that there is an additional accounting for human variability with this margin of safety. And finally, that there can be scientific uncertainty. And so this creates a buffer in where there may be gaps in toxicity data. And again, variability in human sensitivity to a chemical exposure. Next slide. Okay, so thinking about background concentrations, this is actually shifting gears a little bit, but wanted to talk about a point that was raised yesterday that sort of had a continued conversation in the question section. Here, I just want to say first and foremost that we support the continued use of EPA's IRIS toxicity value for ethylene oxide. We believe it represents the best available science. And again, yesterday's talking points, there were issues raised around the distinction between endogenous levels, which are levels that may be produced in the body for ethylene oxide, as well as exogenous levels. And that might be levels that are produced in ambient air that are considered background. And here we're just stating that and making clear during EPA's decade-long review process for ethylene oxide that ultimately led to this updated risk value or toxicity value, EPA did take these levels into account. So in fact, the language that we reference here is EPA's own, where they say that ethylene oxide risk value, it represents an increased or additive cancer risk, accounting for both endogenous and ambient background levels. Okay, let's speed through. Our last point is related to cancer risk. So we believe the 1 in 1 million cancer risk benchmark that the division has set will be adequate to protect Coloradans with an ample margin of safety. Again, we continue to support this and provide further discussion as to how EPA itself has applied this. Here, we're just being clear that the 1 in a million cancer risk benchmark is applied to a single air pollutant. And in this case, we're thinking about the 5 priority tax. They would each be considered to have a 1 in a million benchmark. This approach reflects Congress's intent to use the 1 in a million cancer risk level as a significant benchmark for determining when toxic air pollutants might warrant additional regulation. And in its subsequent reporting to Congress, EPA has gone on to affirm the need to protect the greatest number of persons from having a lifetime cancer risk and evaluates that starting at 1 in a million. That said, we will, I think we'll go ahead and stop there.
Any questions? Commissioner Milford.
The quoted language on slide 12, I'm sorry if I missed it, but what's the source of that quote?
Yes, this is from the National Emission Standards for Hazardous Air Pollutants for Miscellaneous Organic Chemical Manufacturing Facilities. It's a mouthful.
The ethylene oxide quote?
Yes.
That's from the, okay.
That's directly from, yes.
Thank you.
Happy to provide that source after.
Commissioner Reader.
Not sure which slide it is because I have the whole deck, so it's slide 94 in the combined deck, but it's the one with the benzene toxicity values and comparing Colorado and the other states. And I was just struggling with the units because that's milligrams per meter cube rather than micrograms. So I multiply or divide by 1,000, but the number is 3. And I look at the regulation, I see 0.13 for chronic cancer and 9 for chronic non-cancer. So I'm struggling to compare how that table relates to what is in the proposal before me from a just numerical perspective.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Essentially, the difference here is that these are the toxicity values before like the hazard quotient is applied. And so we're missing the 0.3 that was multiplied. So this is just identifying that essentially Massachusetts, Minnesota, and California, we're all using the kind of updated toxicity values that California uses, while Colorado is using the older IRIS value for the starting point for the non-cancer risk.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Any cross? Thank you. Governments.
Morning, Commissioners. Taya and I will be joined by Olivia Lucas online as well. Our rebuttal testimony will be focused around 4 key points. First, we continue to object to the broad language addressing procedural safeguards. Next, we remain concerned about cumulative impacts. And we also advocate for updating the health-based standards in future rulemakings to incorporate the epidemiological literature. And last, we agree that more information should be provided to local governments about health-based standards risks.
Hello again, Commissioners. It's Olivia Lucas from the Boulder County Attorney's Office. And not to directly contradict Amanda's first point there, but actually, this slide is a little bit out of date. The division reached out to us last night about proposed SBAP language to cover the procedural safeguards, but we didn't see the final compromise language until after we turned our slides in. So our points here conceptually remain the same. However, regarding the JWIG CPA and division compromise SBAP language on procedural safeguards that we saw in JWIG's slide 6, we do not oppose that language, and we certainly prefer it to the proposed language in the alternates that was previously proposed as regulatory language at 2C and 2D. So we appreciate the coordination and compromise on this issue between the parties in the division, and we believe that the compromise language resolves the issue. And that's all for my slide. Thank you.
House Bill 221244. again, requires an ample margin of safety language, which supports considering cumulative risk of multiple air pollutants. So specifically from the statute, in determining the health-based standards, the commission shall provide a sufficient margin of safety, singular, that accounts for the various effects that different populations may experience from exposure to priority toxic air contaminants, plural. The LGC advocates for updating health-based standards in future rulemakings to incorporate more epidemiological literature. So while we have heard today and yesterday from many toxicologists, epidemiologists conduct research quite differently. Due to advancements in computing, it is becoming more common for large population studies to be conducted in real-world situations. People do not live in laboratories, and understanding the complexity of people's lives is important in understanding how various compounds and mixtures actually relate to health risks outside of more controlled settings. And this really has to consider that people breathe mixtures of pollutants. Health risks in DI communities include increased stressors from chronic inflammation that are not currently accounted for. Epidemiology is not considered in the older IRIS values, and neither are chemical mixtures. The LGC sees this as a good starting point from the division, but as we know, these health-based standards should be reviewed at least every 5 years, and we would like the division to continually utilize the most robust science for future reviews of the health-based standards, which would include the epidemiological evidence. And we also agree with Weld County that more information should be provided for local governments. So Dr. Anarelli Morales and I are both co-leaders in the Regional Air Monitoring and Messaging Group, the RAM, that works with the division closely. And we have a lot of local governments who are interested in learning more about air toxics in their communities. So we would just advocate for more additional information to share about air toxics and to be better able to understand and relate those risks of air toxics to our communities across the state. And with that, I will open up for questions. Thank you.
Questions? Commissioner Rudolph.
Maybe you can answer this question. This just pretty much just occurred to me. And that is the definition of adverse health effects and a consideration of cumulative impact effects from exposure to combined air emissions of the toxic air contaminant from multiple sources. I'm trying to understand, and maybe you can explain this so that I can understand it scientifically, how if we're setting a level for each of these toxics, how analyzing combined emissions of the same toxic has a different health effect than when you're combining them than just effects from one emission source. How is that?
So I guess the LGC reads the statute a bit differently in that we think about both the aggregate and cumulative impacts. So aggregate would be from multiple sources and cumulative impacts would be from like multiple sources or one source, but multiple pollutants. And we believe that the ample margin of safety language should account for both of those, not just the aggregate risk from the multiple sources, but the legislative directive was very clear in saying that we should also be considering the cumulative risk of multiple pollutants.
Okay, so you're not seeing this as we're looking at let's say benzene. And you're looking at benzene from one source, the impacts of benzene from one source versus the impact of benzene from 5 sources on a population.
Correct. Yeah, we're seeing it broader than that. So aggregate as what you're describing, but then also cumulative risk as, you know, the sufficient margin of safety should be for different populations that the various effects different populations may experience So that's not even will experience, but may experience from exposure to multiple priority toxic air contaminants. So we read that as not just the aggregate risk, but also the cumulative risk.
Let me ask you this question then. Is there a difference between aggregate, if it's just one pollutant, and aggregate risk versus an individual risk? Given that we're talking about, one value. So if you're, you know what I'm saying? So that if it's.
Yes, so the LGC's position is more in line with the Environmental Defense Fund in that we believe that this is having a health quotient less than 1 of 0.3, which the state got from Texas, is a good starting point for understanding, getting on the path of how those cumulative risks may be found with like exposure to multiple priority toxic air contaminants. But that's why we're saying that this is like the top limit that we have, because we don't think that it fully accounts for those cumulative risk exposures. I might be confusing myself, but
Yeah, that's okay. All right, that's good enough. Thank you.
Anyone else? Any cross-exam? Thank you. Appreciate it. So we're down to the division, and this was where we planned to have a break. It is 10:51, so I'm back at 5 after 11. Is that enough? Yep. 11:05.
I was expecting 11, so.
Should we wait for them? Notice it's the new guys. Yeah, just take your time, bro.
We're still missing.
We're still missing Gary. Gary's not.
Gary's
the new
not
guy.
even here.
I lost Gary.
Outside.
I saw him come in. Need to put an Apple Air tag on him.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Patrick's fault.
You better start before we lose somebody.
Just that one, right? Yeah. Okay.
I think we're ready.
Good morning, Commissioners. Before we jump into the brilliant presentation we have today for our rebuttal, I want to thank you all for your careful consideration of this incredibly nuanced and technical rulemaking. I also want to take a moment to thank all the parties in this room who have been part of the year-plus-long journey to walk through the wealth of data you've heard summarized before you these past 2 days and grapple with all these critical policy decisions to get to the form of the proposal that you have before you today. I'll hand it over to Julia.
Good morning, Commissioners. Julia Lamana, Counsel for the Division. Can you hear me okay? Start with just a brief discussion of the economic impact analysis requirement issue. Don't want to spend too much time on the slide, but do want to reiterate our position that an EIA wasn't required for this rulemaking because the rule doesn't require any source to spend any money to install air pollution control equipment or otherwise modify their operations. We of course agree with Weld County on the larger point that good policymaking should always be the goal rather than just strict compliance with statutory requirements. But conducting an EIA simply wasn't the right tool for that in this process, in this case. Instead, the division used various other tools to bring forward a reasoned and supported proposal, including engagement with stakeholders, consultation with the scientific community, and careful consideration of the factors that the statute requires to inform the values. As you heard during the combined industry group's testimony, the division and industry parties worked hard and late into the night to reach consensus to address each of our concerns on this issue, this procedural safeguards issue. We maintain that the earlier JWIG CPA language was improper for a variety of reasons, including the potential for negative consequences on the division's ability to do the work it's always done. We heard industry's concerns about the values being used as the basis to alter current implementation of existing rules in ways that have an economic impact on sources, and wanted to be responsive to those specific concerns without agreeing to language that would broadly prevent the values from informing the division's work under its current authority. We think the language on this slide accomplishes the right balance. We want to make clear that it is not intended to modify the division's existing authority to implement the State Air Act, including to conduct inspections and require information from sources under Section 111 of the Air Act, or to respond to public health or welfare emergencies under Sections 112 and 113 of the Act. In other words, what the division could do yesterday, it will still be able to do tomorrow. The only difference is that the division agrees that if it wants to use the benchmarks as the key to a decision that will trigger a regulatory or economic impact on a source based on the commission's adoption of these benchmarks, it will need to go through the commission's process. One clarification here, we of course can't predict what the General Assembly may do with these values or attempt to circumvent any action that they may take. So this language would of course be subject to any statutory changes that may take place after the adoption of the benchmarks. And finally, the language shows our earlier language about the division applications of the benchmark in PTAC emission control regulations and a potential PTAC permitting program requiring separate authority is struck. To be clear, we still think that's a correct statement of law. It's just now subsumed in our consensus language. And with that, I will pass it to Amanda to talk about the values.
So thanks. We're going to talk about each consideration and the basis of our values. We heard a lot about background concentrations yesterday and just wanted to state that the statute directs consideration of several things here when we are to develop these values. It does not direct consideration of background, and the division continues to remain in the position that they aren't relevant for setting health protective benchmarks, either under statute, but also in our research of other state benchmark programs, which exists in numerous other states beyond Colorado. At a practical matter, they don't also consider background levels when they set these health-based standards. Instead, background does more often come up in the implementation phase of an air toxics program. I'm going to turn it back over to Julia and Tara to talk about both the legal and scientific basis for multiple pollutants in the benchmark values.
I'll take the legal part of that. We wanted to address this issue of whether the commission can consider exposures to multiple pollutants directly. And in our view, the answer is yes. The commission can consider exposures to multiple pollutants, not just multiple sources. You've heard a lot of parsing of the statutory language about whether the statute allows for this. And I want to take a little bit of a step back. This commission, the task before you is to set health protective benchmarks for each PTAC at levels that protect the public from adverse health effects, which is defined in part as the detrimental health effects from exposure to that PTAC. There's an error in the slide where it says adverse health effects. It was meant to say detrimental health effects to sort of interlineate the definition of adverse health effects with the health-based standards definition, but that's, I think, point still stands. At base, we don't dispute that the values have to be set on a pollutant-specific basis, considering exposure to that certain PTAC. Our point is that the health impacts from exposure to a single pollutant can be, and often are, worsened when in conjunction with exposures to other pollutants. In other words, determining what is health protective for an individual pollutant necessarily entails considering concurrent exposures of other pollutants. And that concept of the additive nature of health impacts from exposure to multiple pollutants is the testimony of our experts and supported by substantial record and evidence in the record. So while exposure to multiple pollutants might not be specifically stated on the face of the statute, it's an entirely reasonable interpretation of the directive to set health protective benchmarks. It's also supported by other elements of the statute, specifically that the values have to include an ample margin of safety and that they need to consider exposure effects on vulnerable groups. And finally, while we don't disagree that the preamble to HB 22-1244 is not binding, we do think that it's relevant as an indication of legislative intent, and it speaks directly to exposures to multiple pollutants that can act cumulatively to cause health impacts. In sum, it's the division's position that the commission can and should consider these exposures. It's reflective of the reality of all of our daily lives, and it's supported by the statute. Before I pass it to Tara, I do want to address Commissioner Reeder's question about page 6 of the SBAP that referred to both PTACs and tax. Each of those uses was intentional. Where we use the word PTAC, we were referencing the statute specifically, and where we use the term TAC, we are getting this piece about exposures to multiple pollutants. And with that, I will pass it to Tara.
While there remains many complexities to understanding how mixtures of chemicals interact, there is extensive precedent and scientific evidence that an additive approach is a reasonable health protective choice that aligns with the considerations in statute. We know that it can get more complicated, and there are instances at a specific site or a facility where, for example, an in-depth risk assessment could look at specific health outcomes in a community, as well as specific target organs. And still, for policy decisions, we generally rely on the fundamental concept of additivity. Cumulative considerations can be incorporated into benchmarks without double counting risk. The focus today on the left is chronic health protective benchmarks, which is a policy decision that can broadly recognize the health effects of a single PTAC can be exacerbated by exposure to multiple pollutants. On the right, in future implementation, which is not our focus, but I will touch briefly, there are many possible paths and the incorporation of cumulative considerations does not limit those future applications. Examples of these future applications include setting risk action levels, incorporate total cancer risk or hazard index, site-specific risk assessments, or community or area-wide cumulative risk assessments like the ESHAs you've heard about today. Now we will discuss how the proposed risk levels for cancer and non-cancer take into account these multiple chemical considerations. There is not a perfect way to account for all of the complexity of chemical mixtures in our world, but a hazard quotient below 1 can help us account for multiple exposures, and I'll go into several examples on the next slide. We highlight that there are federal and state examples and guidance that use a hazard quotient below 1 to take into account multiple exposures. Not only do we have federal frameworks directing the use of a hazard quotient in risk assessments, but we also highlight there are instances where a hazard quotient below 1 is not restricted to a specific facility or a specific site. In fact, the Massachusetts Ambient Air Toxics Program and the Colorado Water Quality Control Commission policy both apply this concept broadly. In Massachusetts, these ambient air toxics guidelines are developed separately from any specific applications and are used to evaluate potential human health risks from exposures to chemicals in air. And the Water Quality Control Commission uses an HQ below 1 for statewide water standards. I'll pass it back to Amanda.
As Tara mentioned, a hazard quotient of 1 provides protection from exposure to one chemical at a time. The Commission's role is to decide if this is an adequate approach that satisfies the statutory requirements. Additionally, a lower hazard quotient incorporates an additional margin of safety for both extrinsic factors and multiple exposures that are not included in the derived toxicity factors. We are not saying that extrinsic factors increase someone's risk by exactly 70%. This lower hazard quotient is not an adjustment to the toxicity value or toxicological science. This is a policy decision about risk levels. The adjustment to a hazard quotient incorporates both considerations for extrinsic factors and multiple exposures. On the cancer risk side, the CPA JWIG change to an excess cancer risk of a level of 10 per million people is within the range of the division's research. And there are 4 state programs the division identified and presented to the scientific working group as well as parties in its filings in this hearing. However, the division's proposal of a level of 1 best aligns with statutory requirements. First, EPA's residual risk program goal is set at a level of 1 to protect the public with an ample margin of safety. State air toxics programs' role complement and fill gaps in this federal residual risk program, and thus this is the relevant level for a benchmark value for the state of Colorado. 1 is also more appropriate when considering multiple exposures, as acknowledged by other federal and state programs, as Tara mentioned, including EPA Superfund program, Colorado Water Quality Control Commission, and other states. With regards to the 10 other state air toxics program that the division researched that have a level of 1, these include benchmarks in states both where they do and do not address cumulative impacts in their implementation program. For example, Oregon sets their benchmark values or their ambient benchmark concentrations at a level of 1 in a million. They also incorporate cumulative impacts in their Clean Air Oregon permitting program. Some other states select a benchmark of 1 in a million in their benchmark program, but do not consider cumulative risk when they do their permitting. They assess permitting on a pollutant by pollutant values. In addition, the state programs that we researched are not using these values as only permit screening levels, as some parties have explained. States have defined a level of 1 in a million as a matter of policy, as a benchmark level below which adverse risks are not expected. These uses can also apply in their evaluation of their monitoring data. and be used to further evaluate and prioritize resources within the state. And I'll turn it over to Tara for toxicity.
All right, so I'll be talking about toxicity values. As you've seen from other parties have suggested deviations to the division's policy without recommending a systematic approach. The suggestions are a little bit all over the map, with a framework for occupational values that was developed in the EU, to a draft pesticide value, to a Texas value, and a California value. Additionally, we appreciate all of the new science, but our role is not to reevaluate each new study that comes out. The division policy is still the best way to ensure an objective, systematic way to choose toxicity values. We did have a commissioner question about the Texas ethylene oxide value and whether other states use this value. While not all states periodically update their values, New Jersey, Massachusetts, and Minnesota have all updated their values within the last couple of years. And all of these states continue to use the EPA IRIS value. This is because, as the division is proposing, other states also use IRIS as a top tier value. The division is unaware of any other instances where a Texas value is used outside of the state of Texas. I also want to talk a little bit about uncertainty factors. And we've heard a lot about conservatism over the last couple of days. And I'd like to clarify how conservatism is involved in toxicity factors or uncertainty factors. Uncertainty factors are not conservatisms. They are a bridge to get from a specific study to the general population. If there was an ideal study where researchers were able to look at every single person and how they responded to a single chemical, then an uncertainty factor is not needed in those studies. And the toxicity factor value, the RFC, would be the same as the value from the study. Similarly, if we were able to do studies with 1 million animals or 1 million people, we would get at a perfect cancer risk. But we know that that's not reality. And we wouldn't consider those studies that were done with those perfect studies, we wouldn't consider them less conservative. We would just consider them to be a more realistic representation of the general public. So in reality, researchers can only look at portions of the population or even just do studies with animals. In those instances, uncertainty factors are used to get closer to what scientists actually think the number is for the general public. So studies with lower uncertainty factors are just studies that are closer to the human population. They are not more or less conservative. And so this is from our our pre-hearing statement, exhibit number 8. And this is from the formaldehyde toxicological profile. And here you can see that each row is a different study that was ultimately used in the development of the toxicity values. And each study was assigned different uncertainty factors based on the specific study designs. So it's not like toxicologists are coming up with a toxicity value and then adding conservatism. The actual uncertainty factors are just the bridges for specific studies to get to that value that would represent the human population. And I'll turn it back over to Amanda.
Right. We aren't going to spend a lot of time here. We haven't heard a ton about these topics in the rebuttal testimony today, but if there are questions, certainly come back to these and we are happy to answer. To wrap things up, thank you. Each variable in the equation to calculate a benchmark value accounts for different considerations that the statute has asked for. We are not double counting these considerations in each variable, but are instead proposing a benchmark that collectively considers all factors across both parts of this equation. On the toxicity factor, the values we selected are the best available peer-reviewed values that are focused on the general population, recognizing uncertainties in experimental data and are tailored to each individual PTAC. While the toxicity values are an essential part of the health-based standards, they alone do not satisfy all of the statutory requirements. And here's why. The toxicity value considers children, but it doesn't account for the child's exposure to other pollutants, or that some children live in communities that are more likely to be expected to higher levels of multiple pollutants, or that some children are more vulnerable due to access and affordability to healthcare. On the risk levels, which is a policy decision, we propose a lower risk value to account for these extrinsic factors and exposures to multiple pollutants and acknowledge the reality that that's the air we breathe. So we have a couple just final thoughts on the language here. First, the division opposes adopting the JWIG CPA alternate proposal in full, except where modified by the consensus language as noted on slide 6 of this presentation. Second, the division also opposes adopting only the JWIG CPA alternate proposal benchmark values. The values are incompatible with the division's rule in SBAP, and their adoption would require significant changes to the division's language. For example, if the commission were to adopt a hazard quotient at 1, it must make clear that the value results in the benchmark below which adverse health effects are unlikely to occur from exposure to the individual relevant PTAC, as we've shown in a potential markup on this slide. The division requests that the commission adopt the proposal as submitted with its rebuttal statement on August 26, 2025, and as modified on this slide with the green highlighted text to reflect the typographical error I noted yesterday, and also by slide 6 in this presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioners, we have some questions. Commissioner Milford.
I wanted to go back to that other party's issues slides if we could. So did you have some comments on the units of measure issue? And if you, would you share them if you do?
Sure. So as a first matter, when we have observed how the tables are put in rule in other states, we see them just like we have done here in units of micrograms per cubic meter is customary and no assumption of standard conditions. What we do see is that in the implementation materials, be that either interpretation of monitoring data or application of potential modeled concentrations and say perhaps a future permitting context where modeling might apply, there would be specific instructions on what you do and how those are to be compared to these levels. And so that's where those I think are more appropriate at this point in time.
Thank you. That's what I needed to hear.
So just to tag on that, just to hear, it wouldn't be possible just to have two tables that in different units. If you put them all on one table, it seems a little complicated, and maybe the idea is to make this easy to read for everybody. And so you have the one table that we can compare with standard units that people in industry use or even in science. But if stakeholders or neighbors want to share this and their eyes start glazing over because they're used to seeing PPB, why not just have two?
So I think for rule efficiency, we think two tables in Regulation 30 Appendix B aren't really the easiest place to point stakeholders to for public health communications and equivalencies. We think there are better places for those. And we've seen in other states, I think we put in a rebuttal statement in New Jersey, their monitoring report does a great job of, converting between the two units and also explaining further kind of nuances regarding detection levels and things. And so that to us seems like the better place than an actual regulatory language that might, have to go through other procedures.
Well, if you just, no matter what numbers we adopt, if you could consider that would Be good, at least for me. I'm kind of a PPP kind of guy.
Is that a question?
I have trouble making that microgram. I know.
Aren't you?
Finding it on a computer is tough. Anyone else?
Thank you for your testimony, and I appreciate the response to my question about the use of PTAC and TAC. I think part of where I was, and maybe I'm jumping too far ahead. You know, TAC talked about exposure to multiple pollutants, but we're focused obviously on only the PTAC. But as I read the permitting needs assessment, in the future, we envision primarily to focus those things around PTAC. So it's not clear to me. While yes, there are theoretically impacts, or I should say theoretically, there are impacts from the 300 or 400, whatever the nut list tax is. Our regulatory efforts are focused on the 5 P tax. So I think that's where I was confused about the language. I'm not. Does the division intend to address tax other than P tax in its future regulatory actions on this topic?
I can start with the answer to that question. So our future regulatory actions will be focused on the priority toxic air contaminants that we have adopted. As a reminder, the statute does contemplate us adding more priority air toxic. So our next round, yes, will be focused on the 5. If there are future rounds, there'll be additional in the list.
Okay, thank you. That answered that question. I appreciate your slide on, I guess on slide 20, where you talked about the division using a systematic approach. I was curious, though, the division departed from the IOS values for one of the for ethylene oxide for the chronic non-cancer. And I guess I was interested in hearing a little bit behind that reasoning.
That was because we did not have a tier 1 or tier 2 value for that toxicity value. So therefore we went down to our tier 3 process and followed that process. So it was consistent with the policy.
Awesome, thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Rudolph.
Thank you. I want to focus a little bit on the compromise that has been reached with JWIG and some of the other parties. I think you testified, given this language, that you don't see that this would impact the division's authorities under Section 111. In my reading of this, don't see the language as that it's clear that that's the case. So I'm wondering if what your position would be if there were language added that would say something like without affecting the division's authority under Section 25(7)(111), or something to that effect. Because I see this, I mean, the way I read Section 111, it gives the division such broad authority to do things that may, in somebody's mind, trigger a regulatory economic impact. And so therefore you're going to have a battle of the regulation versus the statute. So I'm just wondering what you think about adding something.
I think that we would not oppose adding that type of language. I think that that would be a correct statement of law, and wasn't our intention to attempt to modify Section 111.
Okay, thank you. And then just one, I think, pretty obvious, I hope obvious point, but given some of the testimony that we've heard today, I just want to clarify, and that is by setting these benchmark values, we're not saying that any level above that will cause harm to the public. It's just that at these levels, we don't believe that, or that these benchmarks, that any emission of that particular pollutant below that, we think it would not cause harm. So there's still a question, is there not, on when you're applying this in the future, whether or not any emission above that value does or does not cause harm. Would that be correct?
Yes, that's correct, and really gets into the weeds of site-specific considerations and other implementation aspects.
Okay, all right. I think that might be all for now, at least. Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. First question is just a clarification question. So is the primary reason for proposing an HQ of 0.3 related to cumulative exposures for multiple chemicals with the extrinsic value factors included? Or is it for multiple chemicals affecting the same target organ?
Could you say that again?
Yeah, so.
I'll just try to parse through it.
Right, so the 0.3 we've heard, okay, we've got cumulative exposures. And, we may not know what they are yet, and someday, hopefully we will, but so is it that it's just a kind of a safety for all of these different chemicals and sources? And then we heard about the extrinsic factors a lot, right? Which could include current pollution levels. Or is it that all right, I'm confusing myself here.
You asked the question, you asked it perfectly the first time.
Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. If you can't respond, that's fine.
So I think if I'm understanding your question correctly, Commissioner Thomas, your question is, does 0.3, is that supposed to be providing that ample margin of safety, considering all these factors, or is it supposed to be providing the margin of safety only if it's impacting the same organ system? Is that the distinction you're trying to make there? Okay.
Yeah.
I will hand it over to the appropriate people to answer it.
Thank you. So as this slide highlights, that risk management decision for 0.3 is one way to account for the extrinsic factors and multiple chemical exposures. At the highest level, that is not initially considering specific target organs. That this HQ below 1 is kind of a first pass way to recognize all of these pieces. And then separately here, we are showing 3 chemicals that do impact the same target organ. And so in the practical matter of the air we breathe, that is also considered that we have air with chemicals that do impact the same target organ.
Okay, thank you. And then second question is, so my understanding throughout this process, final leg of this HB 1244 process will include a rulemaking as to how these health benchmark values will be used in a regulatory manner, which would then require an accompanying EIA. Am I correct in that interpretation?
Correct.
Okay. And then is the division aware that previous air toxics assessments for formaldehyde have indicated that the majority of formaldehyde in the ambient air is formed secondarily through photochemical reactions of other VOCs, with a smaller portion coming from direct emissions themselves? Have you thought about how that will factor into any future use of the HBVs?
This is kind of similar to the concept of background, and I think both background and source apportionment are contributions to the pollutants we don't see as one of the factors in the setting of the standards themselves, but certainly considerations in implementation is what we've seen in other state programs.
Okay, great. And then, my last question is, I appreciate the SBAP language around HBVs not being equatable to an air quality standard or the NAAQS. Does the division have concerns that many of these HBBs already exceed ambient air levels, ambient air concentrations, and how that will be interpreted by the public in terms of, you know, whether it's a permit comment period or some other forum.
Yes, we are aware that communication around this is going to continue to be an area of challenging growth for us. You know, we've been working with communities a lot as we've been moving through these rulemaking processes and are committed to continue to do so. So yeah, we do recognize the challenge and that we stand ready to address it.
Okay,
and continue to learn as we move through it.
Appreciate that. Thank you. I'm done.
Can I also add that this was a large reason why we added the chronic health protective benchmark definition to make clear what the values represent to the public.
Commissioner Rudolph.
Okay. I gotta figure out how to ask this question. This is a variation, I think, on what first question that Greg asked, and that's on the HQ. In considering the 0.3, part of that consideration is looking at sort of the multiple pollutants, the toxic pollutants and the cumulative impacts to establish the 0.3. But ultimately, when you're looking at a particular what I'm trying to get at here, and you got to help me with this, is when you're providing the sum of them, my understanding is that at that point you're looking at the target organ, the pollutants that affect a particular target organ. But in the establishment of the HQ, you might be looking more broadly at the cumulative impacts from all the toxics that could be impacting, whether or not it's that particular organ or not. I don't know. Maybe you can ask my question better than I can, but do you see where I'm trying to go with this? I'm just trying to understand if that's sort of the correct way to look at it.
So just a clarifying question, Commissioner.
Oh, dear.
That I'm hoping will help you and me at the same time. You're kind of asking the difference in application, like if we were to be considering the HQ value and a risk assessment, where we're trying to ascertain like the risk of a facility, for example.
Yes.
How we're talking about that.
Summing it for that particular purpose. Yes. Okay. That's one is, I think you've just clarified it for me.
Use cases.
Establishing it versus using it. Okay. Is that, am I describing it correctly?
Yeah, and I think for the benchmark values themselves, picking a lower risk level can broadly like recognize that we know we are exposed to multiple chemicals, and that can be, that doesn't have to be a target organ decision. This isn't a magical math to get to the 0.3 number. It's just an acknowledgement that a lower risk number is one way to consider that.
All of it.
Followed by, in implementation, like on this slide, we know that there are different tiers of risk assessment, starting at maybe the first tier could be agnostic to target organ at a basic level. And then as you proceed through more refined risk assessment techniques, target organ, exposures, a whole host of other things can come into that analysis. And so we don't want to mix and match the two, if that helps.
Got it. You answered my question. Thank you.
Dan.
Thank you. Okay, I want to try to understand when you talk about considers multiple pollutants, is that, or consider multiple impacts, is that basically saying cumulative impacts, or are those, I guess, synonymous to each other?
That's a good question. I think generally cumulative impacts can be really, really broad. And here we often, like in terms of some of these risk decisions, they're really focused on a multiple chemical question of chemical risk. And then the extrinsic factors is maybe where that the broader cumulative comes into play.
So as kind of I guess, a basis for dropping from 1 to 0.3, that takes into consideration that the exposure to this one chemical could help. There could be additional, or there could be more health impacts associated with other chemicals. Does it take into consideration intrinsic factors? Is that part of the justification for moving from 1 to 0.3?
Question is, does 1 to 0.3 take into account intrinsic factors like biological differences or with like children and adults? No, the intrinsic factors are part of what we think of in the toxicological profiles and that translation of data into the general population.
Okay, question about process. Would it be possible to pull up the joint industry slide number 11? That they have they've kind of identified process, and they've identified where they believe that we are in this process.
The rebuttal slide, Commissioner? Or
Pardon me?
The rebuttal slide?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to ask you, when they pull this up, if you concur that where we're at in the process. Because it sounds like that the next step in, if I heard correctly, in a previous response, is the next step is a rulemaking to establish regulations. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
Correct.
Okay. And how do the benchmarks, yeah, that's the one, thank you. How do the benchmarks, before we jump onto that one, how do the benchmarks then guide us towards the development of regulations?
So I think what you can consider the benchmarks to be is like a risk currency, right? We wouldn't point back to a different set of numbers for our PTAC to quantify risk in a permitting program, for example. And so we're deciding on that currency today. We aren't saying that the future permitting framework would use the same risk action levels, but to plug into the risk equation as one of the factors, in addition to all the other things that come into site-specific risk assessment, we would be pointing back to these benchmark values.
So would it be possible as part of the regulation process that we would set, or is it typical that you would set a hazard index regulation? Because that, as I understand it, that's a summation of the hazard quotient.
So we are still in the early stages of our permitting program, but like I said on that slide with the yellow and the green, some states do develop risk action levels based off of total cancer risk. Some states do that based off of cancer risk of one pollutant. And on the hazard index side specifically, that difference between whether or not it impacts its target organ specific might be dealt with in the specific tiers of risk assessment outlined in a permitting program. So it could start off simply total non-cancer risk regardless of target organ, and it could be refined. That's one option that is aligned with risk assessment frameworks, going from a simple screening down to more refined levels. So those decisions have not been made yet for Colorado. I'm just providing examples for what we have observed in other federal and state frameworks.
Yeah, I would also just, I would want to note that the action that we're taking here and the assessment we're doing is not a risk assessment. Rather, what we are asking you all to consider today is what would be a health protective benchmark. So these are kind of two different questions that would lead to two different answers of two different processes.
Yeah, because that's really, I'm trying to understand exactly what we're doing, or what you're asking us to do. That's what I'm getting at. As far as process wise goes, then taking a look at this particular slide, do you feel like, do you have any issues with what was presented there? Or is that what you see is probably the path going forward?
Yes, I guess I would kind of say that this slide outlines a risk assessment process. And again, we aren't doing a risk assessment with this action. We are looking at setting the health protective benchmarks, but.
Would we be doing a risk assessment as part of the establishing regulations?
As Amanda noted, we are in the early processes of all that. And we're continuing to work with stakeholders and our experts. So I'm not well positioned to provide you an answer to that question today.
Okay. I believe in the statute, let me see if I can find it here, that it requires the commission to take some action by April 30th of 2026. What exactly are we mandated to do by that date?
So the April 30th, 2026 deadline is for emission control regulations for new and existing sources of priority toxic air contaminants. That is a separate action from the report for permitting needs and scope that is sent to the General Assembly. That is unconnected to the April 2026 deadline in the statute. So there's a permitting assessment and scope before the Assembly, and then there is direction for this commission to consider emission control regulations at that April deadline.
I just a follow up just on that. Doesn't the statute also have the April deadline for the health-based standards? So those are the two things required by the April deadline. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I think I'm good for right now.
Thank you. Other questions?
Can I ask one more?
Okay. Commissioner Milford.
So I am wondering about the process for sort of updating these values. There were 3 parties that asked you to look at Cal EPA's RFC for benzene, and I understand a lot of really good reasons for sticking with the current policy. But what would it take for someone to advocate for an update to a replacement of an older IRIS value, for example? Could you speak to that?
I think we'd like to call our state toxicologist, Dr. Christy Richardson, to answer this.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm the state toxicologist, Christy Richardson. I've been working with the department for over a decade now, and I'm very familiar with the application of this policy, not just here today, but in the hazardous materials and waste management division to make remedial decisions, as well as in the water quality control division to set standards. To my knowledge, we have only once deviated from this policy, and it was when all parties agreed that there was an issue with the outdated IRIS number. When all of those parties agreed, they also agreed that we should consider a new value, and that sort of set us down that pathway for considering a new one. I think additionally, we've had conversations with stakeholders who have issues with some of the toxicity values that we consider higher tier, and have had ongoing conversations with EPA's IRIS program and other high tier programs to update them. For example, the PPRTB values, which are provisional values under Superfund, can generally move faster. And so sometimes for Superfund sites, we'll get updated versions of those. But the process to deviate from that policy is pretty restricted to ensure that we're making sound policy decisions that are founded in peer-reviewed, well thought out toxicological reviews and not just new studies. At this time, we are not resourced to take on that massive process of weighing all of the evidence to come up with new numbers. And that's why we've continued to rely on that policy.
So I think I'm asking a more limited question, and the hypothetical I would put out there is that Cal EPA has done a very thorough peer-reviewed review of a number, and it deviates from IRIS. It's newer, presumably incorporates updated information. So it's not asking the division to do the assessment itself. Does that change your answer, or is it still, we're going to follow the policy?
I would say that the division is concerned that adopting values based solely on the newness of the value is not a systematic process that weighs all of the factors we need to consider. For example, if we use newer values, we would be using the Texas ethylene oxide value, which is way less protective, we think, than the IRIS value, which is also the highest tier value.
Yeah, and again, for clarity, I wasn't trying to suggest that you pick the newest value, but make some assessment of the quality of competing values. And so it sounds like the policy is pretty firm. Okay, thank you.
Just one other quick question. When we're looking at the levels and driving levels, and we have it for benzene or formaldehyde or whatever, are most of the underlying studies based on the exposure of whatever to benzene or exposure of whatever to formaldehyde, and they're done single chemical at a time versus done as a mixture?
I think that depends on the type of study that's done. But yes, all of those studies are specifically looking at that individual exposure. Of course, human studies have to be done in ambient air. So we're, of course, exposed to more than just that single study. But, especially animal studies, they are really exposing those animals to just that single chemical.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One more.
Your hand up? No. Commissioner Blankenship.
Thank you, sir. I have a question. I believe, Ms. Lamanna, you referenced that, or in reference to the public's understanding of these chronic health protective benchmarks, you said that we've defined, or this is defining those. When you use the word define, are you talking defined by a numeric value, or are you talking about a written definition of that term?
I'm talking about the written definition in our rebuttal proposal. The defined term is chronic health protective benchmark.
Chronic health protective benchmark. Okay. And that's in the rebuttal. Where exactly could I find that, please?
That is in the rebuttal proposal. Let's see the section. It will be part A, section 1A4.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all you have?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions? Commissioner Arnold.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you for your testimony. Going back to the other party issues on the units of measure, we heard the local government coalition yesterday testify about adjusting for elevation, and we're just hoping you could help us understand why that's not included in the proposal.
Sure. So the adjustments for standard temperature and pressure between the micrograms per cubic meter and parts per billion are, Tara is correct, it can be like a 30% difference is something we could see for certain chemicals at like Denver's elevation. And that was what was presented in our example in our rebuttal filing when we walked through those steps. We aren't including the steps for conversion in the rule text itself because we feel like that guidance is specific to use cases and better explained in public, either public facing materials that isn't the rule text, or more technical guidance on like the release of the monitoring data and how to interpret that, or application of how modeled emissions would be compared to the values in this table.
Thank you. And then my other question is, I think Weld County was looking for definitions of acute and chronic, and was hoping you could explain your position in the proposal on whether or not to include those definitions.
Sure. So this is a similar, I think, position by the division for both of these aspects. Well, number one, for acute, we feel like we are not focused on acute values in this rulemaking hearing, and so it would be premature to evaluate and consider the proper definition today. For chronic, the definition that they provided is not, we really feel like the definition is more applicable to individual use cases. So we see, I think they said 365 days or more. Putting that in a rule, does that mean we would require 365 days of monitoring, or with 3 active quarters in a year with certain percentages of data be what is more appropriate? So we really see those details, and that's also what we've observed in other states. They have specific data interpretation materials that follow in implementation, but not something specifically defined in rule.
Thank you.
Seems like I'm trying to find it, but I'm not going to talk and read at the same time. I have trouble with both. That there was a definition in the regulation for benchmarks.
Right, for the chronic benchmarks, there's a definition, but just for what chronic itself means, we're not providing a definition, as we believe that it'll be a little more use case responsive, and we're not considering use cases.
Okay. Other questions? Well, if I could ask one, and it should be easy. In reference to HQ of 0.3, you use the Water Commission to help justify that, and I'm wondering if that's fair. If cross-media comparisons are justified, you're talking about water versus air. Is that really fair?
I can start with this. The rationale for the water decision is slightly different than what we are saying in air. It reflects a concept of relative source contribution from multiple media, knowing again with the broad concept that you are exposed to chemicals through multiple ways, air, water ingestion, for example. However, the concept of having a hazard quotient below 1 is broadly considering that multiple exposure concept. In practicality, we do see other states sometimes try to align amongst medias on their risk decisions for standards. And so we wanted to point out that Colorado does have this level in its water quality board, sister board.
Are there other questions? Can I ask you, Commissioner Rudolph and you all discussed what I'm calling compromise slide number 6. And there was some discussion about adding a little to it. Just to come in. I don't really know what section 111 is, so I'm going to sound like you're going to use a section 11 modification. But if you're going to do that, if you can do that, at least so that we don't do that, could you do that and come back after lunch and share that with us? And we'll leave the record open, of course.
Yes, we can certainly do that.
Okay.
Ron has done it already.
We'll give it to them. Don't give it to me.
You're a lawyer.
Yeah.
Without without limiting the division's authorization under the AIR Act or our regulations even. Is that what you had in mind? Yeah. And if it's not, we won't use it. Just for saving us a little trouble when we go into deliberations. And so if there's no more questions, are there any cross exams? Yeah, I wondered. So Tara, you understand, I think you might be pretty close to out of time.
1 minute.
Okay.
It's a fast question. Would you support adding SBAP language stating that the toxicological literature relied on in the development of chronic health protective benchmarks concentrations assume standard temperature and pressure?
I think we would need to kind of confirm the accuracy before answering right now. But I don't think we have any like philosophical objections. That's the word I was going for. I was about to say theoretical and I knew that wasn't the right word. Yeah.
Come back on.
Yeah, I kind of, there was no answer, is that?
I think we would need to confer on a few things before we provide an affirmative answer. It's the position. We want to just double check the accuracy of the statement.
So that's two things to bring back after lunch for you. Sorry, it doesn't. Any other cross?
Hi all, Corey Lim with J. Wiggin CPA. Thank you for your time presenting today. You've heard concerns from the J. Wiggin CPA and our expert witnesses about the specific basis for the proposal of an HQ of 0.3. So this question may be more directed to Julia and Amanda, but can you please help us understand where in the record specifically explains the scientific and toxicological reason for an HQ of specifically 0.3 as opposed to 0.7, 0.8, or 0.9, for example? Thank you.
As we testified in our rebuttal today, there isn't a perfect risk number below 1 that presents it in a scientifically calculated manner. We know that any level below 1 considers risk levels below 1 can incorporate adjustments to reflect exposure to multiple pollutants.
Can I add that the concept of like the additive nature of adverse health effects is in the record, as well as documentation of the states and federal agencies that use an HQ of less than 1. Where exactly they are in the record, I might have to defer to somebody else.
A basketball question. Just to confirm, is the proposal of a 0.3 just based on TCEQ's use of a 0.3?
As standards in other states were one of several considerations, we opted to select and choose a level of 0.3. We do feel like other considerations in the statute could support levels below a hazard quotient of 1.
Thank you, guys.
Other cross examinations? Well, and I can't tell who that is.
Matt
but-
Conroy from Wells.
Okay, Matt, go ahead. And you two are pretty much time sensitive.
I believe I have a couple of minutes, but I'll wait real quick. So in response to a question, the division testified that adopting a definition of chronic would have knock-on effects on monitoring. So what effects on monitoring will this rule have in general for the division's programs?
As you stated, this rule would not have any use cases. What we are articulating with the discussion of monitoring and our response to that question is that it could unduly and prematurely restrict how it could be applied moving forward. And that is broadly the definition of the word chronic.
And how does the division plan to apply these benchmarks moving forward?
We are in the middle of an ongoing process regarding that. And so further discussions will come with stakeholders as we continue to move through this process.
So the division has no intention in the near future of using these benchmarks in any programmatic actions?
I can't say that. I will note that we recently released a draft of our permitting needs assessment, and there is some consideration of how these benchmarks could be used in a permitting framework. So there are some ideas that we are circulating, but at this time we are not committed to anything.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Last call for cross-examinations. Burn your minutes, come on. Okay. Thank you, guys. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
And our homework.
Come back.
It's 1:00. Can we get the division back up to the table? Please? Up to lunch? Yeah, me too. You had, we're done with questions, we're done with cross. Everybody okay with that? Okay, so you had a couple of things you were gonna for us.
Yeah, I can start with our homework number one. Yeah, thank you, Peyton. So we took back your direction to implement the addition of language stating that this SBAP language doesn't modify the division's existing authority. We added, I guess I'm gonna go to the next.
It's not letting me.
Sorry, it's me.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
okay.
So the only thing that has changed from this language is the words without limiting the division's existing authority under the State Air Act or commission regulations, comma. That was the only addition that we made. And to be clear, these are revisions shown to the rebuttal version of our rule. And just to provide a little bit more color about this language, it's kind of hard to capture all of the different examples that could fall into it or out of it. But for example purposes only, we think that in this language, the division is agreeing not to deny a monitoring plan or to reject a monitoring plan because of the chronic health protective benchmarks. But on the other side of things, the division, if the division's monitors show alarming levels of a certain PTAC, it has the right now to prioritize that area for further inspection or monitoring, and it will have that authority after this SBAP language.
I don't suppose you've shared this with other parties, or I guess you are right now.
Yeah, we did not share the quote unquote without limiting the division's existing authority under the State Air Act or commission regulations. I did have a conversation with the industry attorneys about it, but that is the extent of the sharing.
Okay. And the other about the units?
So I think for the request to add I think the question was, would you be willing to add a statement? A statement in the statement of basis and purpose that says the toxicological studies are based on standard temperature and pressure. And I think the answer is no, we are not supportive of that. We are happy to point to folks about guidance, about the conversion of measurements that take place in parts per billion to get them back into our units. But we don't think that there's a need for a statement in this regulation.
Well, we can discuss that.
Oh, wait, sorry, I had one more statement. Then we also wanted to point folks to that there is existing EPA risk guidance as well in the ASTR document in a record in Appendix E.
Could you say the citation again?
I think that, no, that's the EPA one. But there is guidance from both EPA and the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry that speaks to conversion of monitored PPB levels to compare to their inhalation unit risks or microgram per meter cubed.
Again, where is this?
This is outside. I don't think we have, but these are documents we can share.
They're not on the record right now. We would have to supplement the record with the document. We think that's needed.
I think they're public.
They're
It's a
public
public-
documents.
It's a public document that would be appropriate in monitoring.
Yeah, it sounds like these documents are not in the record, but they are publicly available.
Okay, Commissioner, is there anything else we want to ask of these people?
Can
can we follow up on this point, or is that opening?
I
up?
think in deliberations, we can.
She can ask questions
Yes,
now.
oh, yeah. No,
Okay.
right now, sure.
So on the units question, the way you phrased that was a little different than the way I thought the question was being asked. And so my question to you is whether I'm correct in my understanding that the values as listed as benchmarks are to be understood as values in micrograms per cubic meter at standard temperature and pressure. Or can we not even say that?
Yeah, so hi Commissioners, Christy Richardson, state toxicologist again. So generally, these values that we use that are derived by agencies are derived for use at standard temperature and pressure by the agencies. They have guidance there to convert those to parts per billion. But when we do dose calculations, which is what we really use when we try to understand risk, we use a microgram per cubic meter and then use inhalation rates to account for that. So when we do those calculations, we're kind of avoiding the challenges you have with particle pressure and things like that, that involve differences in how we calculate those concentrations and compare them on a nationwide scale, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Last call. I guess we can offer cross again. Is that just because of these new?
No, you've closed that.
No,
I mean,
we have not closed anything.
if you want to, you can.
I do
but-
want to.
Okay, then if people have time left, it's your meeting, Chair. So that's-
Sometimes I do wonder.
Keep it that way.
Are there any cross examinations that you'd like to do at this time? That's a lot for nothing. Thank you, guys. We're gonna close the record now. Well, if not,
Before we close the record, we give commissioners one last chance to ask questions of any party.
or any party. Well, I guess you guys.
Yeah, John.
Well, we've clearly exhausted these guys.
I would simply like to ask the question of the other parties if anyone has, since there was agreed upon language, on the slide 6, and we've changed that. Not everyone's seen that. I just wanted to see if any parties have any comments or concerns specific to that language.
Commissioners, Commissioner Reuter, thank you for offering the opportunity. As we spoke earlier, we put a lot of work, effort into that compromise language. Our position would be that we think the language as originally proposed is good. That's the language we like. We don't think this is necessary, but we do appreciate the division clarifying how they interpret it, making the statements that Ms. Lamana just made about how it would be interpreted and applied. Very specifically to the question Commissioner Rudolph asked earlier, which was about inspection authority. And we acknowledged earlier, this language is not intended to change the division's existing authority, including their inspection authority. But we do believe, and the intent and our understanding is that we're in agreement here, is that it does change that the health protective benchmarks cannot be the determining factor for conducting that inspection. That it operates in that way, the same way it operates in the monitoring plan example that Ms. Lamana gave.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Well, if everyone is okay with it, we can close the record and continue. Is that? Can I have a motion to close the record?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. So, I guess before we start, and then we're off the record, so this maybe should have been on the record, but I'm just gonna say thank you to everybody.
It's on the record, you're still on the record.
We really did a good job, I think, and hopefully, the commission will continue and do a good job in deliberations, but you all kind of got the job done in time. We had a good lunch, some of us did, and we're gonna get out of here, I think, before our deadline, which is 4 o'clock. So again, we appreciate your work. You all do a lot. And are really bright and caring in the way you do it. So thank you for that. You're gonna put that up? So I put together what I thought was a list of outstanding issues, and this was done mostly before today. And then at lunch, I kind of cleaned it up a little bit. And I would ask, first of all, I was going to send this all to y'all, but apparently that's not kosher. And so we're going to have to deal with it now. I would just like if there's other things to add to the list before we start checking off stuff.
So for those of us who are visually impaired and cannot see
Can
this,
you email it?
can someone who officially has the ability to do this, send it to the commissioners so that we can read it?
I don't have your email addresses. I'll send them right now.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Rest easy that the commission office safely guards your email. Even from me. Especially.
So
Are there more?
there's one page.
You can't see to the bottom of it.
While you're waiting, I can clarify this question at the beginning. Commissioner Slutsky is, for purposes of keeping track for the issues list, your staff are working with the division's proposal submitted with the rebuttal statement on August 26th, 2025. So if you have changes that you're considering, please let us know what those are based on that.
Well, that's my assumption. I just wanted to give voice to the alternate proposals, and if someone.
Oh, yeah, I'm saying like if you want to modify something, that's.
And that's where the rest of these would go.
Are you also including the changes the division had in their rebuttal slides at the very end?
No, no, sir.
Okay.
We're starting with the rebuttal.
Okay.
Statement.
So did you email these? Ah, there it is.
Could you just scroll down to the bottom so we can see the rest of them while we're waiting? Oh, here it is.
Do I want to get?
Would it be
this?
helpful? So. what do you want to do?
Yeah, I do.
Well, I'm just giving people a chance. I would like to have any additions to this list that I've missed or that you feel strongly about. We can put them in on, and then I don't want to discuss every one of these. I would like us to go through them and say, yeah, I want to talk about that. No one wants to talk about this, and just whittle this down to a usable list, basically. I just wanted to make sure we considered everything, at least for a minute.
So one thing I think is missing, if I may.
You may, and I can't do it. You may have to give it.
Is the proposal to use the Cal EPA benzene.
I have that on.
You did?
No, I don't. I did. I took it. Don't ask me why. I'm sorry.
Some other things I'd like you to take off.
Yeah, oh, we're gonna get those. Anything else that needs to go on? That just reading, but.
So also just for completeness, I'm trying to find it, but I think the AQCC recommendation for ethylene oxide was the TCEQ value, but for formaldehyde,
It was
I
not.
think it was the EU value.
Yeah, I remember it as the EU.
It was the EU, yeah.
Which one is that? The formaldehyde?
Yeah, it was the EU number.
The EU occupational value.
I have a question for Commissioner Milford. So when you said the Cal EPA is benzene, that's the non-cancer.
It's the non-cancer.
Okay.
Yep.
Who had suggested that?
I did.
It
says we will.
Okay.
Yeah, this is gonna be a whole document. So in a Commissioner Slutski's email, you put in the record. It'll be a public document, this has been shared. So this is just. For the record, the items listed in Commissioner Chair Slutsky's email are being copy and pasted into a Google Doc that is being brought up on screen with the addition so far of Cal EPA benzene value and EU formaldehyde value based on the two flags from commissioners. And so that should be up on screen now. And this is just an issues list and this will be made public. It'd be part of the record.
It is part of the record?
It will be now, yes.
Even as we edit it,
Correct.
well, all versions.
Even though the record's
It will
closed.
have a history. So there's a difference between the commission record of the rulemaking and the administrative record for purposes of judicial review. So this is part of the administrative record, purposes of judicial review. Yes.
So everyone's gonna get to see how my silly mind works and how I can't spell.
Yep.
Well, it's bound to come out. Additions, commissioners, do we need to put something else in here? Or can we start whittling it down a little bit? I'm afraid you
Sorry.
cannot.
Are you sure that?
I wanted to correct the record if it's a record.
No, so there's not an opportunity for party comments at this time. Thank you.
So I was, the first line says basically, I'm just asking, do we want to just, do we want to use any of the alternate proposals? It seems to me like the parties have pulled stuff out of that into their slides. And I've always struggled with what's an alternative proposal and what's a red line. They all seem like red lines to me. But do we want to just, what do we want to do? Can I just ask, are we all happy with the division, starting with the division's proposal? And then adding or subtracting from it?
Yes.
Yes.
Anybody opposed to that?
Adding and subtracting different values?
To the
Well,
division's
anything.
proposal.
Anything.
Start with the division's proposal, not the alternative.
Right. Right, but in terms of the hazard quotient itself.
Just.
We're not to that meeting
We're
yet.
not
We're
there
just-
yet.
Which canvas are we working on?
Yeah.
Good.
Right.
Point, yeah.
Okay. So
That's a good way to put it.
I would, just looking at this, are things that on here that people want to bag? Do I have to go through everything?
Why don't you just start from the top, and then if you get to something you want to bag it
That's
as you
what I
go.
was hoping not to do. Okay. Do we want to talk about the HQ values?
Yes.
The cancer risk level values? I'd be surprised.
Yep.
Yes.
This is, I'm just gonna go out there and say, yeah, we want to talk about protection of the division and slide number 6 as
Yes.
we, ethanol oxide, division's usage, and apparently that's not right. Formaldehyde isn't from Iris. That's the one that's from the EU, is that correct?
The divisions is from
Iris.
Iris,
Right.
but AdvaMed and ACC, or ACC.
Commissioners, can you talk into your microphone, please?
Yeah, turn them on too. Okay, so do we want to, basically, I'm asking, do we want to use this?
No.
Okay,
Use what?
the Iris figures for ethanol oxide and formaldehyde.
I think the question is, do we want to discuss the alternative proposal to use the
Okay. That's a better way to
the
ask.
text? And I don't think we need to.
Just,
For me, you can scratch that off the list.
I wouldn't delete it, just put a line through it maybe. Green Latinos have, use the current, want to use the youngest values. In general, I believe, Iris has older values, but the division and EDF prefer them. I think others do as well.
So what I heard today was that Green Latinos wants the newest values to be considered, but they weren't saying just look at the youngest, the earliest, the newest values today. That's what I heard. That was the point that I heard, was that we need to consider them
But
in the evaluation, but they're not the one driver. I think they wanted, that's one of the things I wanted to clarify today. I'm sort of seeing a nodding of the head in the back. So,
But the record is closed, so that would not be something you would pay attention to.
I'm not paying attention to the man in
we
the,
need to put a screen down.
Yeah.
okay,
I thought it was more of a conversation about the systematic approach with the tiers and having a systematic approach to reviewing all of them, as opposed to, taking one at a time and saying, well, Cal EPA for this one specific, this one study influenced it. Where the division's approach was, this is the systematic approach we'll take, regardless of the PTAC or individual PTAC that we're looking at.
Might I suggest that, because we get wrapped up in whether we accurately describe it there, that the commissioners now have a list of issues in front of them, and we go around them one by one, and commissioners can name the issues they're interested in discussing the most, or where they would differ from the division's proposal, if we're using the division's proposal as a baseline.
right.
So we're gonna go around and address every one of these.
Well, I'm just saying, if commissioner only has one issue to discuss, we don't need to go through the other 12 issues that say we don't discuss them. And if each one of us have, that may be easier than
Mhm.
talking through those. Now that we have the list in
Yeah,
front of us, if Jenna
okay.
has 2 issues, she wants to just, however that works.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Because some of these are duplicative.
Okay, so you want to start at this end of the table or?
I'll start if you want me to, since I
You
suggested
start,
it.
Curtis.
First, I guess I'd like to thank the parties for all their hard work on this, as Commissioner Slutsky did. There's a lot to unpack, and as we get into issues, maybe I'll go in more some of my thinking on some of those things. In general, while I'm concerned about the EIA, I think for this part, I am okay moving forward without the EIA. Really, I support the division's proposal. The one topic I would like to discuss is the HQ for non-cancer P-tax. I would support an HQ.
Could you say it again?
The HQ for non-cancer P-tax is my issue I would like to discuss. I'm more supportive of an HQ of 1 because I think we should be doing it on a single compound basis and not looking at multiples at this stage. And again, I did that discussion. I'll make the case of that.
Okay, can I make a suggestion? I just, this is gonna take a long time. And so I would just ask that we, as best we can, just say, this is my issue, these are my issues. And we'll write them down and we'll go back and do them because there's between 8 of us and 10 bullets here. And this is sort of what you were saying, but I would just like.
Saying don't use as many words as I did.
Yeah, don't discuss it while you're saying this is your point. Just say, this is what I want to talk about. We'll go back and talk about it.
Well, so I think it's hard to do that without knowing what the other commissioners want to talk about, but I support the division's proposal and I will talk about the HQ if Commissioner Reader wants to talk about it, but I would essentially go with what they proposed with the language in the statement of basis and purpose that we modified today.
I just told you.
Ditto is what you said?
Is what she said. Yeah, I think there's discussion to be had on the HQ for the non-cancer.
Yeah, I would say I want to discuss that one too.
HQ.
I would like to talk about the HQ. I'd like to talk about the cancer risk level. I'd also like to talk about the restrictive use of the benchmarks. So that would be the first 3 bullet points.
I have nothing to add. I'm good with the division's proposal with the modification on the slide 6 modification, but happy to discuss HQ.
And I will agree with Commissioner Arnold. And then there's stuff on here that are, red lines from other parties. And this last one that was added, it's not a JWIG, it's an LGC SBAP. I would like to look at that and because that was suggested and I haven't read it. So maybe we could look at those 2
So
slides.
that's the last one, the last point on your.
Very last one. So HQ is at the top of the list. Anyone want to start with that? That was you, Curtis.
So, for me at least, as I went back and reread the underlying act last night, as well as the division's rules, proposed rules, my conclusion was that we are really dealing with health-based standards on an individual pollutant basis. And at this point in the process, we should not be trying to consider the additive effects. Part of why we don't need an EIA for this is we have no implementing regulations. And in some sense, we're being asked to adopt kind of the platonic form of some type of health-based standard. As we heard in the testimony, the definition of health-based standards from the rules says chronic exposure limits for each priority toxic air contaminant and so on of that priority toxic air contaminant. So the definition in the statute is very clear that health-based standards are referring to a specific contaminant. When we go back to the criteria that were often referred to, we talked about criteria 3 and 5 and noted that those said consider the effects of exposure to priority toxic air contaminants on formal groups, et cetera. And so people, I think, chose to interpret the S on the contaminants as meaning we should be looking at all of those. And similarly for 0.5. However, 0.1 says consider the best available peer-reviewed toxicity. Slow down. Consider the best available peer-reviewed toxicity values regarding the levels of exposure to priority toxic air contaminants that may cause or contribute to adverse health effects. As we heard, the studies are not done across contaminants, they're done across a contaminant. I believe the language in this section, when it uses the word contaminants, is referring to the fact that we will have up to 5 and that the legislature anticipated us looking at doing these for multiple contaminants, not that we needed to look at the contaminants in an additive context. When you look at the definition in the rule of reference concentration, it's an estimate with uncertainty spanning perhaps an order of magnitude of a continuous inhalation exposure concentration to a specific toxic air contaminant. So again, a specific toxic air contaminant that is likely to be without risk of deleterious effects to people, including sensitive subgroups. So the protection that's asked for in the rule for vulnerable populations and such is incorporated into the reference concentration during a lifetime of exposure to that individual air contaminant. And finally, if I go to the table in the rule lists the priority toxic air contaminant as benzene or hexavalent chrome or whatever, not benzene in a mixture with other compounds, not hexavalent chrome and other compounds. I believe the statute is clear that we're supposed to look at them individually. And I also believe I'm sympathetic to, I guess, the idea that yes, we need to look at them multiply and how they have additive effects. I don't think we do that in this health-based standards rulemaking. I think that is a downstream rulemaking when we get into emission controls. When you look at the permitting toxic needs, the permitting needs assessment, they talk about, is there an increase in P-tax? Do a screening for all the P-tax. Then if you don't pass that screening, then you do a more sophisticated analysis for all of the P-tax. I think that is the part where we look at the impact of multiple contaminants. And I think that's the way the division's process is laid out in the future. So I think doing health-based standards, considering the effects of multiple P-tax is not what the statute asks. And in a sense, because the toxicological data is all based on individual numbers, I think it's not technically appropriate to do it at this time. So therefore, I go back to supporting an HQ of 1. With the note, that isn't to say, to Commissioner Milford's point that she asked JWIG, when we get to permitting and other things, I think an HQ of less than 1 is completely, can be considered and may well be appropriate. I just feel like for the health-based standards portion of it at this point, we should be using an HQ of 1.
I agree with Commissioner Reeder. All the basic for the same reasons. And I specifically asked about the next step of the process so I could understand what step we were at.
Commissioner Blankenship, I think someone's saying they can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
Talking to your.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. I completely agree with Commissioner Reeder for all the reasons that he cited. I specifically asked about the next step in the rulemaking process to understand, trying to understand exactly what these controls or these benchmarks that we're creating today, how they might impact what we do at the next step when we establish emission control regulations. I think it's appropriate to set it at 1 because I too feel like that in reading the health-based standards definition in the statute, that it does specifically say that priority toxic air contaminant. But I do not believe that also that as we move into the emission control regulations, that these may change. So, but again, at this point in time, I support the HQ as at 1.
So I'll speak in support of using the factor of 0.3. I think there's ample evidence in the record to support using that value to account not only for multiple exposures, but also to account for extrinsic factors and variation in susceptibility that may not be accounted for in the underlying adjustment factor. One of the things that I think is sort of misleading is that when we think of multiple exposures, we think we sort of focus on the contaminants being there together, but the issue for me really is that the exposures that people experience make them more susceptible to an addition of this new contaminant. So it's a susceptibility issue. It's not just a multiple compounds issue. I think that, you know, it would be nice to have the luxury of considering these susceptibility issues and extrinsic factors down the line. I kind of get the elegance notion of having them separated, but as a practical matter, I think we lack the resources to do that justice in future applications of these. And I think that using the 0.3 value across the board is a good approach to responding to the statutory directive to account for cumulative exposures and focus in particular on disproportionately impacted communities. So that's why I support the 0.3.
Anyone else want to weigh in? Rudolph.
So I agree with Commissioner Milford for all the things that she was saying. What I also would point out is that this is not a standard that will be applied in every situation. This is, we've really not, to me, this is, I don't want to call it a screening number because it is a health-based number, but it is a value that we're determining below which we don't think that there are any, we don't have any reason to believe that there are any health impacts. Above it, we don't really know, but what it does for me is it then can be used in the next step, which is the risk evaluation for a particular permitting situation, which is being considered. And so it's not like this is the standard that will be applied that must be met by a particular facility. It is something to look at to determine, is there a reason to look at this facility or this emission point and determine whether there is ultimately a health issue that needs to be addressed, exposure level that needs to be addressed and controlled. And for the things that Jana was talking about, where you're looking at how these exposures may actually impact. I'm going to start getting confused here in how I'm talking about it, or not clear in how I'm talking about it. I think that the extrinsic exposure, extrinsic inputs can affect, as Jana was saying, how a particular individual pollutant can affect somebody's health. I think that's how you put it, and I would agree with that. And so, again, this is not the standard that's going to apply for how are we going to control this. It is, in many respects, it's viewed as a health standard that is the launching point for then determining what are the next steps when you're evaluating the emissions, the potential emissions, or the actual emissions from a facility to determine whether or not and how they should be controlled to protect public health. I know that's a little bit confusing in the way I talked about it. It's kind of clear in my head. I'm just not very good about expressing it. But my point is I would support what the division's proposal is.
I guess I want to ask, I mean, it's not clear to me that it's even an action point for a screening value when I look at that needs
Curtis, could
assessment.
you speak into the mic, please?
Yeah, I was just saying, it's not clear to me it's even a screening point for our launching point. When I look at the needs assessment, it starts with, is there a screening value? The screening value references this risk assessment level, which there's no direct tie to the health-based standards. I mean, that's part of where I'm kind of going, this feels a little bit like an idealized.
Well, and that's why I was saying, even though in some respects, to me, you can kind of look at it as a screening, but it is a health standard. It is not, so it's not strictly speaking screening, because we're making a determination that this could have, or this value, again, it's not that they're at this level, let me put it this way. This below this level, we don't think that there's any reason to believe that there are health impacts. At this level and above, there may or may not be health impacts. That's part of eventually the risk evaluation to determine that in a particular context of a particular application. So from that perspective, we're looking at this as a number that protects the health, but it is not I don't think we can consider it the absolute number because it's not an axe. So, or like an axe.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you, Commissioner Rudolph, as far as what this health-based standard or what this HQ is. And my concern is that we're going to send a message to the public that anything below a 0.3, we're very confident that there are no chronic health issues associated with that, but anything above that, we don't know. That's going to require further analysis. And from what I've seen or what was presented, I think that there was evidence presented from the scientific perspective that 1 would be the appropriate number. And that's my concern is, are we sending a message to the public that anything over 0.3 may be a chronic or health risk.
Conversely, are we sending a message if we vote for 1 that anything below 1 is not a health risk?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But I just felt like that the data that was presented from the scientific perspective supported the 1 as opposed to the 0.3.
I guess I would go back to your question, and it's a fair point, but I would say below 1, when we're talking about only a single contaminant, I think we can confidently say that. And that's why I go back to the plain language of the table. It is listed by a single contaminant. We're not saying that mixtures of contaminants below those levels may not have risk, but the table is not talking about mixtures. The table is talking about hexavalent hydrogen and sulfide, formaldehyde, et cetera. And that's where I guess I struggle to do anything other than 1, because the plain language is not saying mixtures and everything else. At least as it's presented.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
I somewhat disagree because I think the division pointed out in the rebuttal that they would want some language modified in the SBAP if we picked an HQ equals 1, because they presumed in writing that we were going to, that the value would be 0.3. So one way to adjust your concern, Curtis, might be to add some clarifying language in that table in Appendix B that says these values have been adjusted in the context of recognizing the reality that people are exposed to mixtures and not single chemicals at one time, and that extrinsic factors associated with socioeconomic situation and as well as other exposures lead us to be protective. And to your point, Dan, I think I heard the local governments in particular, but I think the division is quite mindful of this, the real critical importance of public communication about what these values do and do not mean is really essential. And we should do what we can to reinforce that.
Yeah.
Guys down on the end of the table have anything?
Mr. Chair, can I ask, I mean, I've kind of typed up a summary of my thoughts. It'll take a minute. But I'm having a hard time with like just addressing this one issue without the context of, kind of my other experiences. So if you wouldn't mind.
Are you ready to do that?
Yes, I'm ready.
Sure.
All right. So I want to thank all the parties for their valued insights and perspectives. I found them all very helpful. I must admit that this rulemaking process is tricky as to its timing. I fully understand the perspective of the regulated community regarding how these benchmarks will eventually be used. In a perfect world, I believe setting standards with the knowledge of how they will be used is critical. As someone who did air toxics modeling and monitoring back in the 2000s, I focused on the exposure portion of the risk equation. I would then apply cancer and non-cancer benchmarks developed by EPA and other organizations to estimate various risks. My experiences at that time were focused on 1 in a million cancer risk and the hazard quotient of 1 for individual toxics, similar to how EPA has conducted its national air toxics assessments over the last 20 years. And while we admittedly learn more about health impacts with time, and knowing that some state agencies have adopted the use of RFCs less than 1, this is the first time this commission has set air toxics health benchmarks. I'm going to support the division's 1 in a million proposed values for cancer risk, even though ambient air from all sources is already far above these standards. But for the non-cancer risks or RFCs, I was also swayed by the JWIGS expert, as that was how I remember air toxics risk assessments being conducted, and also seems to be how the majority of states with health-based standards are still treating risk assessment. The reasons mentioned earlier regarding process and timing, I am struggling to understand how these values will be used in a regulatory manner. I'm leaning toward not supporting an RFC of 0.3 or lower, but instead the most commonly used value of 1.0. However, with respect to benzene, I am leaning towards support of perhaps a different value like the Cal EPA RFC. And for a chronic non-cancer standard, I think this is achievable in Colorado, even in the oil and gas regions of our state. Finally, I wanted to indicate that while we have had this conversation in the absence of real world ambient air monitoring data, it's something that, that factors into my kind of decision-making around this and what parties have brought up regarding communication to the public. Because there's I just know it's going to be, oh, we're way above that standard. How could you permit any new or modified source? And granted, this isn't the regulatory portion. That portion will come later, but I worry about that. And so because this is our first time setting standards, it doesn't mean we are one and done. As a future commission may adjust the standards, but will do so with the understanding of knowing what this means in the context of regulation and how it layers over what will hopefully be multiple cumulative impact assessments or ESHAs by that time. So, thank you.
Great.
Yeah, and I agree a lot with what Commissioner Reader said and what Commissioner Thomas has said with regard to the health quotients. And it feels like we're trying to choose the right starting point, right? It seemed to me through the testimony that a value below 1 was essentially chosen for extra protection or to add account for multiple exposures, intrinsic factors, just other things that are going on, and to be more protective there, but not necessarily arrived on based on quantifiable results or something we're trying to achieve based out of that HQ. And it just doesn't feel like we're at a point in this process yet to apply these health-based standards. And we're going to be able to continue to course correct and add more information, take in more data, take in more advocacy on either side of it. But we need a good starting point, for where this regulation and control is going to start until we get to the place where the rubber meets the road and we can apply it. And so I think that 0.3 seemed to me, and I think Commissioner Reader said it well, is an idealistic starting point. Whereas I think an HQ of 1 seems to be, a more consistent approach, a more, trying to think of the right word here, a based starting point for what that HQ should be.
So I've gone back and forth on this one quite a bit. Tough rulemaking, and I've lived and worked my entire life in the communities that we're talking about, and I know in the real world people are experiencing negative health impacts, and myself included. My little brother passed away at 37 years old. 11 months later, I came home, found my best friend in the basement, passed away at 41 years old. 3 months ago, my sister had to go through a double mastectomy at 45 years old. Those are hard things to kind of explain. But then I go back to, how do we get through our processes? I believe in the processes, and the JWIG slide and the expert testimony for risk assessment, and kind of going through that methodology on how you have opportunities to account for cumulative impacts, have opportunities to account for intrinsic factors that are going to affect people in their real lives. Makes sense to me when we look at implementation phases and things that will happen in the future. So I did go back and forth. I think the 0.3 was a clear, good attempt from the division to accommodate and realize the fact that when you are out in the world breathing air, you're going to get exposed to multiple things, and you're trying to figure out how you scientifically accommodate the reality of what people are going through. That being said, the risk assessment process and walking through that is really what kind of led me to be more inclined to adopt a 1.0 as far as a 0.3. But I do want to thank all the parties and the general public for their comments. We are definitely hearing.
Well, this wasn't nearly as hard as you guys make it for me, although I must confess, you're making it harder now. I don't know if you've noticed, but I tend to go beyond the science, I think someone would say. And that's odd because that's, my schooling is in science. So I totally get what you're saying. I will side with the division on just about everything, including the 0.3. But we have people in the community coming before us time and time again. I've said this before, and I think we do have to do more than just listen to them. We have to actually give them some love. As far as benzene is concerned, it's not just a carcinogenic, it's a non-carcinogenic. It plays both sides of the street. Furthermore, it actually doesn't really arrive by itself. It's usually accompanied by other like chemicals that I know we haven't discussed here, but we all know that there are oil and gas chemicals don't appear as a lone actor. So there is, I don't know if you could say this is built in to benzene, but it surely cumulative, it comes with cumulative effects. It's not just benzene. No one has said this, but I'm not sure I'll get a lot of argument about that. They have even an acronym, BTEX. And sometimes it's even BTEXan, which I think is kind of cool. So I just, the idea of a precautionary approach, which I put on the list just because that was one thing I identify with, is important for us to take into consideration. People have in other communities, not DICs, not communities near Suncor, for example. They're not coming here complaining about health effects. If they do come, they're complaining about health effects in DICs. They're looking out for their brothers and sisters living close to the problem. And I think we need to consider that. And it's, you know, time, and I mean, how many hearings have we had? 3 or 4. Clearly the same well-spoken women show up every time, talking about their families, their grandkids, for example, yesterday, and the lost time going to school and lost time going to work. And if you wanted to, you know, have an EIA, I think that would be important to include is time off the job, time away from school. And so I'm fine with point 3. I think it speaks a lot to what we should be advocating for. So, and 1 in a million as well, I think, same argument. So do we want to just take a straw vote on that and then incorporate it into whatever we decide going further and sort of be done with the.
Chair Slutsky, I tried to capture this discussion in the notes, which what I understood the 3 options that were debated by commissioners. Please let me know if I've got anything wrong or if I'm missing anything. Those are the 3 options that I heard you based on your deliberations just now.
Can you read them, please?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so option, yeah.
I'm not sure, without looking at the table, I'm not sure for the benzene non-cancer, it's 0.3 in the divisions table, but I'm actually talking about the number. So whether it was the California REL, which is 3.0, and not 9, which is what I believe is in the table, right? So that's the one where I'm on the fence.
That was option 2 was what I was trying to pick up from your deliberation. So thank you for that clarification. So option 1 would be the 0.3 for all priority toxic air contaminants. There was some discussion that you would want to clarify in the statement of basis that it's based on a precautionary principle with respect to the potential additive and cumulative effects of exposures to multiple PTACs. Option 2 is what Commissioner Thomas suggested, which is 1.0 for all the PTAC except another number potentially for benzene. And then option 3 would be 1.0 for all PTAC. And then the division had asked in their rebuttal slide that if you do that, as Commissioner Milford pointed out, that there be some language clarifying for the public that this was just with respect to adverse health effects being unlikely to occur from exposure only to that individual PTAC. Are there other options that aren't reflected here before you straw poll?
No, but can I ask a question, please? Commissioner Thomas, can you help me understand with the California REL 3 for benzene, how that differs from the one HQ for all of the other PTAC?
The one, if you use 1.0 as your hazard quotient and you use the EPA's RFC value, it's gonna be much higher number than 9. It might even be 30. If my math is correct. So, but benzene, like Commissioner Slutsky said, benzene it's about as known of a human carcinogen as there is. And so for me, that high number especially for a chronic exposure just doesn't seem to make sense.
Commissioner Thomas, could you refresh my memory? Trying to remember, I think to make Commissioner Slutsky happy,
That's important.
Some of the testimony you heard talked about the divisions being equivalent to 9 ppb, and I think the California RAL was 1 ppb of benzene. Am I remembering that correctly?
I think it's 3 micrograms per cubic meter, and that's just a little bit less than 1 part per billion of benzene.
But that's the California RAL.
That's the California
Okay.
one, right?
Okay.
And the way that the division had it in their table, that was in their direct presentation, it's 9, but that was with a HQ of 0.3. So if it was an HQ of 0.1, the EPA number would be like 30.
Yeah, okay. 1.
And just to clarify, we're talking about the non-cancer value. Yeah.
There's mine.
Good now.
Okay. So we'll just take the old straw pill, poison pill, I mean. We'll just go down the list. Option 1, who's in favor of option 1? So we got 3. Option 2. And option 3.
I didn't get my hand up in time for 2, John.
Do you want 2 or you can only vote 1?
I could live with 2 or 3, but I would go for 2 as my preference.
So you're taking your hand down for 3. Let's put up 3 again.
Well,
4. Okay.
I think the reality is we have 5 votes for 1 for the HQ, and then it's a separate discussion about whether we want to use the California RAL for the non-cancer risk.
Yep.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you wanted to separate out the REL.
Right.
Yeah, so that shouldn't even be in this discussion.
Because I would like to hear more from, well, Greg told us a little bit. I did not have a leaning towards using the California RAL, but I would be open to hearing the opinions of others and understanding that better, I guess is why I'm on that.
Okay, so how does that affect your vote for number 2?
Sorry, Curtis, I couldn't quite hear you.
I just said from my original listening to everything, I was not necessarily supporting the California RAL, but I would be open to hearing more about that. If you had a compelling case you want, I'm persuadable potentially, I guess is what I'm saying. If people can, I'm open to listening.
Okay, so Robin, we're gonna remove that from option 2 and move it to a
Yeah,
separate.
what I have here is I highlighted option 3 and then 1A is a discussion of the California REL for benzene. Does that work?
It'd be 2A.
Well, it's 1A because it's number 1 in the list. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's a separate discussion item. Okay.
Well, I'm happy to speak to that. I'm not happy with the 1 for everything else, but if we are going in that direction, I think that the Cal EPA reference exposure level is very well justified in the analysis that California EPA did, including incorporation of some new studies that show broader range of human susceptibility to benzene, non-cancer impacts than was previously understood. So I think there is a really solid basis for going forward with that. The objection that I understand the division had was really based on wanting to stick with their standard policy, and I appreciate good reasons for that. But I think if we're not going to be taking the 0.3 more protective approach, I would certainly be supportive of doing that, at least for benzene.
Yeah, that was an excellent point there, Jana. And yeah, if we're gonna go with an HQ of 1, I just am not comfortable looking at that 1 in a million cancer value of 0.13 micrograms, which is, who knows, that's only 0.05 parts per billion. And then having a number of 30 for a chronic exposure to benzene, I mean, that's never gonna happen. I mean, it might happen on a 1 hour basis, but it's certainly not gonna happen on a time average basis. So I think something closer to reality, acknowledging that benzene is a known human carcinogen. There's very little debate about that.
In the table, it has a value of 9 micrograms per cubic meter right now. And I think that was based on the 0.3. Are you suggesting then that the value in the table itself would be, what was that, number 3 micrograms per cubic meter?
Yep.
That's what you're suggesting. So it would be even more stringent than with HQ of 0.3.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
No, I would, sorry. I would agree with changing the benzene.
Can you speak into your microphone?
Sorry,
Commissioner?
I would agree with changing the benzene. I think if we're not gonna go with the 0.3 as an HQ, having a more restrictive number for benzene would make very good sense.
Can I clarify just for the motion? So it's changing the chronic non-cancer value for benzene from 9 to 3.
You wanna pull that?
Who's in favor of the change from 9 to 3?
3 ppb, I think so.
Okay. So that's, well, we don't have to keep score too much on that. Okay, so we're gonna move on. Are we take care of the cancer risk of 1, 2, or 3? Or 1, 10, or 100, I'm sorry. And I'm happy with the division on this. And I don't know if everyone else is or not.
My perception from our roundtable is that no one was speaking for a number other than 1. I would support 1. I think for the health-based standard, again, it's appropriate. 1 has been used for residual risk, as we heard from a number of parties. It's been used in risk assessment. I can date back to experience in the mid-90s when I worked on health risk assessments using cancer. 1, I think it's appropriate screening level. Again, I go to when we actually get into implementing a regulatory framework. Even the slide that Green Latinos showed us that had the cut and paste from the EPA language talked about residual risk of 1, but then in some cases, it could be up to 10 or 100. So it's not necessarily a hard regulatory limit, but I think for a health-based standard, it's appropriate.
We just do a straw poll on this instead of beating it to death. Everybody all right with the division proposal on the cancer risk level? Okay. Okay, now the famous slide number 6. And speaking to the latest modified version that we just saw, do we need to discuss this or we're just good to go? Hands up.
Good to go.
Good to go.
Good to go.
Okay. Okay, HQ for ethylene oxide, not for formaldehyde. Using Iris.
I think we decided we didn't need to discuss that. No one was advocating for it.
You want to talk about it?
I think we're good with the divisions.
I think we're otherwise good with the division's proposal. I don't think there are any other issues.
Yeah. that should have been-
Commissioner Slesky did ask to look at the LGC rebuttal slides 6
Oh,
and
yeah,
7.
and maybe,
I did it.
In your opinion, could you bring those up? I thought it was rebuttal.
I don't know what you're looking at.
this isn't SBAP language.
No.
You said LGC rebuttal, site 6 and 7?
Yeah, this is slide 7. Maybe it's direct. Sorry,
That's okay.
I don't think it's in direct
It's not on
either.
direct either.
No, I looked in both. I didn't see it.
Oh,
So I don't think I remember seeing it in the direct slides or the rebuttal slides. Where I remember this coming up was cross that they did on the division, where they asked if they would have an issue with including SBAP language that clarified that the health-based standards were developed based off standard pressure and temperature. And then we had the division come back and say that they were not comfortable with inserting that language.
Somebody just asked me.
Yeah, I think that's right. I don't think they have the language. They just.
That was part of our wonderful hearing officer's homework assignment over lunch.
Who's this?
Didn't they come back right after lunch with that?
The division came back right after lunch and answered it after review. They would not be comfortable with including that language.
On standard temperature and pressure.
Correct.
Okay, let's just back that. Any other last minute additions?
So I had, and I emailed Rob, I just emailed it to Jen. Some conforming SBAP language to you for the HQ of 1, that if we wanted to put up on the slide, I think it would be appropriate to talk about. Hopefully Jenny's got, I was running the contract, we'll get that shortly.
will you repeat the slide for us?
I just sent you an email.
I got you. Hold on.
Okay. I sent Robin a while back.
I'm not tracking my email, Commissioner Reader. This is what you sent, correct? Can you verify that for?
That's not, well, can you scroll up a little bit? Is that in the top of it?
Yeah,
Okay, that's fine. That's it.
this is a language I had from
Okay,
your
no,
email.
that's it. Okay, I thought I had a couple of things in there. If you look at the bottom of page 6 and the top of page 7 of the SBAP, there are 2 paragraphs. This is under the subheading of risk levels, where there was language talked about multiple pollutants. So the paragraph that's 2 sentences at the bottom of page 6 and the first 2 sentences at the top of page 7, I was just going to delete. And then the first full paragraph on page 7, I was going to propose this language in place of that paragraph.
First paragraph on 7?
On 7 of the revised August 26th SBAP.
So you're deleting the paragraph that starts, the commission selected a non-cancer HQ of 0.3.
Oh, I did not read up to that one. I missed that. Okay. Yeah, we need to go up to there. Actually, I think there we could just change.
What happened to the language?
The commission selected a 0.1 or to say 1. I don't think any of the rest, I may want to delete that, for example. I did not notice that paragraph. I started below that.
So I mean, I think that first sentence needs to be deleted in its entirety. So we're not saying that one represents an ample margin of safety for aggregate exposures.
Yeah. Maybe we just delete that paragraph.
Well,
I mean, I think the next sentence that says an HQ of 1 represents a threshold level at which no adverse health effects are expected from exposure to that level of a single pollutant is fine and appropriate. So delete the first sentence.
Okay.
And then
I don't know that I need the level below 1. That's what
and
it's
then
like.
the last sentence of that paragraph, for example, while the EPA Superfund uses the level.
So we delete that.
So that,
Delete the
that
rest of it.
sentence.
So there's really only just that one sentence from that paragraph.
Two, I think, well, two, but or three, no, two sentences. Right.
I was trying a little bit further down that starts the risk level selected by the commission. And I was deleting that 2-sentence paragraph, and then my changes were to that following paragraph. Catching that one, I did not notice that when I was trying to see where it was addressed.
See on this show.
I'm talking about this paragraph. Jim is referring to.
So I'm tracking delete the first and last sentences of that paragraph that you've just been reading from.
On page 6 of.
Yes, on page 6. Yes, okay.
6.
So it's really just a 1-sentence paragraph now that says an HQ threshold level. And then. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. That's that
And
one
then
sentence.
if you delete that, then this would be the first full paragraph on page 7. If people agree with it.
Yeah.
Or wish to edit it
I
further.
think it looks good.
Did you catch the in that paragraph immediately above on page 6, it has another reference of the HQ of 3.
You can direct us to make all conforming changes.
Okay. And then we need to address the benzene.
If I'm wrong, we kept the HQ on benzene, we just adjusted the
REL, right?
Okay.
Right?
3.
Yes, we just adjusted the REL.
Okay,
So the HQ is okay.
okay, thank you.
I'm okay with that language. Needs to say multi-pollutant impacts are not, but. apart from that.
Well, are not, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, it has a little squiggle underneath. I'm sure Robin just accidentally.
To see if you were paying attention.
I wanted to at least get out the motion that we will look at it in the future. Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion.
Not yet.
Yeah, you got something else? Okay, go ahead.
If I may. So I had drafted some language that I'm now looking at, because I think given what we've just done as a whole may need to be modified, but I think most of what we're deciding today, we're deciding based upon policy, particularly dealing with appropriate risk levels and some of the benchmarks. I think these are policy, and I personally think it's important to say that in the statement of basis and purpose, that we're making this decision based upon policy, the commission's policy. I had indicated that using the longstanding CDPHE policy, but recognizing that we've made a few tweaks to that needs to be reworked slightly to recognize that it's largely based upon longstanding CDPH policy. And then I'm trying to figure out, Robin can help me with also indicating that the commission on its own has made some revisions, but again, it's all a policy decision. I think, from my perspective, I think we need to say that in the statement of basis and purpose. So that would be let her.
Yeah, would you be so kind as to take like a 10-minute break and let us try to work up a motion for your review based on what you.
And with this language too, because I haven't.
Yes, we think we've captured everything, but we'd like a chance to.
But nobody has seen this language.
Well, yeah, you'd have to send it to us.
I sent it to you.
Yes, yes.
So you're wanting me to revise the language and send it to you. I'm not sure what we're doing here. I know what you're doing. You're trying to come up with a motion. Do you want me to fiddle with this language a bit?
And send it to me,
Yeah.
so to include in the draft motion, that would be,
okay.
I don't want to mess with your language.
Okay.
We'll come back at 2:45.
Yeah.
I did, and I'm not sure what the answer to my own question is yet, but do we need to make some modifications about the Cali PA benzene value?
I have it in the motion for your review, I think.
In the SBAT?
Mm-hmm.
Super. Yay, thank you.
More instructions for our council? She's here to serve.
Thank God.
Let's take a
I'm gonna remind you to
10-minute
set
break,
that
which means we'll be back at 2:45.
Okay, hold on.
2:45.
Oh, is that it?
45 and a half.
Okay, so we're gonna, our last main bit of work here is the motion, and I think, Jenny, drum roll. We're gonna have a motion, it's gonna be right up there, get your glasses.
Use my glasses.
You're gonna make that just a tad bigger.
Okay.
It's been worse.
I move to adopt the revisions to regulation number 30 as set forth in the division's proposal submitted with rebuttal statement on August 26th, 2025, with the following additional changes. 1, technical correction to the date from slide 41 of the division direct presentation. 2, update the relevant paragraph of the SBAP to reflect the compromise language agreed to by the parties, clarifying the manner in which the health-based benchmarks will be used as modified by division rebuttal slide 6 with final language without limiting the division's existing authority under the State Air Act or commission regulations. 3, adopt the division's rebuttal proposal for Appendix B, taking into account and adopting the industry alternate proposal to use 1.0 for HQ for all PTACs and add language to the definition of chronic health protective benchmark in the regulation consistent with division rebuttal slide 29 to the effect of the value results in benchmarks below which adverse health effects are unlikely to occur from exposure only to the individual relevant BTAC and make conforming changes to the SBAP. 4, delete language in the SBAP first and last sentence of paragraph on page 6 that says the commission selected a non-cancer HQ of 0.3 to provide an ample margin of safety for aggregate exposures to multiple TAC that act on the same target or organ and exposure to multiple sources, and the sentence that begins with, for example, and make additional conforming changes. Add Commissioner Reader's language, RUETER, language for the first full paragraph on page 7. The risk levels selected by the commission to calculate the proposed chronic health protective benchmarks. Consider that the standards must provide an ample margin of safety and consider vulnerable groups. I think you take that out by HBSs. I'm not sure why that's in there. The commission recognizes that Coloradans are not exposed to emissions from a single pollutant at a time and that the additive effects from multiple exposures may exacerbate risk. Because the toxicological data that are the basis of the CHPB are typically collected only for a single pollutant at a time, multi-pollutant impacts are not included in these CHPB values. This important consideration will be addressed in future rulemakings on this topic. 6, adopt Cal EPA toxicity value for benzene, changing the chronic non-cancer value for benzene from 9 to 3 micrograms per meter in the table in Appendix B and make conforming changes in the SBAP to reflect that decisions are based largely on CDPG's long-term policy for toxicity values. And 7, add language to the SBAP clarifying that after considering all the information in the record, the commission selected the risk levels used in the chronic health protective benchmarks as the appropriate levels for the state of Colorado as a matter of policy. The selected levels were informed by the statutory definition of health standards and adverse health effects and by the considerations of section 25-7-109.56B. The commission determined the toxicity values used in the chronic health protective benchmarks were the best available peer-reviewed toxicity values. See section 25-7-109.56B1. Considering the evidence in the record and longstanding CDPHE policy. And 8, clean up the SBAP consistent with this motion and address any typographical or technical errors. So.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It's gonna die for lack of a second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 8-0. What else can we do?
It is your meeting.
We got almost an hour.
Beat traffic.
Well, one more time, thank you all for all your hard work and a pretty okay hearing, I think, and
Pretty okay.
there's nothing else. This meeting is adjourned. It is 2:51.
You'll have your real administrator back next month.
Has he had his baby?
Yeah.
What, how's everything?
Yeah, I heard everything's good. Jenny.
Ruby?
Ruby, all right.
Ruby, welcome.